And seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the June 8th, 2026 school board meeting to order. I ask that everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah. So during the summer, we don't have the great pleasure of having all of our wonderful students sitting there ready for us to go back for more videos of them leading it. So we have to do it ourselves. But Treasurer Guston, please call the attendance roll.
Good evening. Ms. Armbruster.
Here.
Ms. Bolton.
Present.
Mr. Crossett. Here. Mr. Lindy. Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Vice President Moffitt.
Here.
President Craig.
Here. Vice President Moffitt, you should tell the folks how to participate in the virtual hearing of the public.
My pleasure. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information.
Thank you, Vice President Moffitt. I need a motion and a second to approve the June 8th business meeting agenda.
So moved. Second?
We have a motion, we have a second. Treasurer Guston.
Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Aye.
Mr. Crossett. Yes. Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. All righty. We are now at the point of our agenda where we, board members have any acknowledgements or announcements?
I do. These are just my partial. Quickly, but I had an opportunity to attend the graduation ceremony for our students that are at 2020 Auburn. And of course, we're not taking a picture of the students, but this is the team that put this all together under Director House. I want to say thank you to you all. We have had, and Dr. House, make sure I get this right, we have had more graduations from the juvenile court in the past 2 years? 2 years than they had within like 5 years beforehand. So what's the number? Was it? I think it was like 10. It was like almost 10 graduates. And so I had an opportunity to attend with my board colleague, Mr. Crossett, who left early. He doesn't know yet. We're supposed to get pictures. So we didn't put him in there, but what did you think? Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, we are meeting our civic duty in educating these kids who are in the juvenile detention. I think the teachers and the professionals that are helping these kids are really amazing and very committed and passionate about what they're doing. We had 3 graduates this time, and I felt like all 3 of them spoke, and they spoke with intelligence and respectfulness, and that was impressive.
Mr. Crossett was able to give a wonderful speech to them and reminding them that the situations just come and go, but they have got strong character. So thank you to the team for that. And congratulations to the graduates. Is that the only one, Rob? Okay, that's the only one I sent in, but I did have an opportunity to go to more places, but more at the last meeting in June to come.
All righty. Any other announcements, acknowledgements, or kudos from board members? Mr. Crossett.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the administration for all their effort in putting this budget together. This has not been an easy budget season, and I really appreciate what the team has done to get us to this point. And I also want to thank my fellow board members. All of us have been attentive and interested and thoughtful, and I just want to thank our board for the time that my fellow board members have put in also, so thank you.
All righty. Well, then I'll do 2 for my own. The first one is I really want to give an acknowledgement to Austin Gullett, who is at Taft. He put on this weekend their first golf outing. Saturday down at DuVoe Park Golf Course. It was a really good event. They had a lot of good participation. It was a lot of hard work for him. I got to participate and had a good time. But it was definitely a great opportunity, especially since we normally do every other year, we do the CPS golf outing. So this was a great time. I told him, though, for future years, that we need to share this with more folks within the districts because there are a lot of golfers in this district who would have come out and truly supported, and also for us to do some of this work of sponsoring some of these things to help support some of our schools' athletic programs. My second acknowledgement, and I will ask the folks that start to make their way on down here, is our wonderful student athletes who competed at the state track meet this past Saturday. So as they make their way on down, I want to acknowledge first Romello Mitchell's class of 2026, who competed in the 100-meter dash, student at Aiken High School. He was not able to make it today, and his coach, Brad Wendland, Coach Drake, and Coach Bingsley also were not able to make it today. But we do have our Walnut girls. So I'm going to attempt this in good faith effort to get all these names correct. So definitely correct me if I get anything's wrong. But we have Tazara Prophet, class of 2026, who competed in the long jump in the 4x100 relay. We have, Blair Glover, participating in the 100-meter dash in the 4x100 relay. We have Brooklyn Weinberg, who is competing in the 400-meter in the 4x400 relay. We have Honesty Billups, who competed in the 4x100 and the 4x200 relays. Nyla Mack, who is participating in the 4x100, 4x200, and the 4x400 relays. That's a lot of running. Lexi Rushing, who did the 4x200 relay. Jasmine Isomi, who did the 4x200. Did I get it right? Did I get close? Isom? See, I told you, correct me on those. Dominique Branders, who did the 4x400 relay. Althea Davis, who did the 4x400 relay. And Paris Prom, who did the 4x400 relay. And we also have their coach and former board member, Mary Weinberg, as well as also Coach Dennis here as well. So we're going to ask the wonderful student athletes to come on stage just real quick. The board will come around. We'll take a really quick picture because we do always love to celebrate our great athletes as they do great things at the state level. As always.
We're all nervous, like, oh, Lord. 2 minutes, Ms. Bryant.
Oh, my God.
Oh, okay, I got it. So I did just want to update everyone that at the state meet, Tazara Prophet was able to place 4th in the long jump, and she made the podium. Yeah! And then I also wanted to add that I'm also so very proud of the 4x200 meter relay. They were able to place 7th, and they also got onto the podium, so 7th in the state of Ohio. And Brooklyn Weinberg was able to finish 9th in the 400 meters, so 9th in the state of Ohio. And I'm so very proud of all of these wonderful ladies. Do you have anything else that you would like to add, ladies, or Coach Dennis? Are you sure? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I just want to thank the district, and I want to thank everyone for all of the support and our families that are here with us as well.
Awesome. Let's have the students come up on stage with their coaches, and we'll take a real quick picture. He is not here. He did not make it. As always, we love to celebrate the great accomplishments of our student athletes in the district, especially, again, when they're competing at the state level. Superintendent Treasurer Guston, do you have any kudos, acknowledgements, or announcements?
I have one civil service custodian from Chase School, Michelle Heron, who will be retiring. So we want to celebrate her and thank her for her service. And then I just have one kudos, and that goes to our early childhood department. They were named as a finalist with Adopt a Class for being the best new team this year. So congratulations.
All righty. Well, let me pass it on over to Vice President Moffitt to get us started with the hearing of the public.
We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer, President Craig. If you have any materials or presentations wanting to be distributed to board members, please give them to the Board Administrative Assistant, Ms. Phyllis Davis. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions that you may have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up, and please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you are online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream meeting. Rob, do we have online speakers?
Madam Vice Chair, we have 5 online speakers.
Okay. Well, let's do our online speakers first, and I'm going to call the following people down so that they can be ready to go. Harriet Russell, Glenetta Krause, Jason Banks, Butch Gibson, and Dr. Mary Webb. If you come down, well, we had seats right here. We're going to bring some seats down so that you all can get comfortable. Doesn't matter the order, just state your name when you do speak. And Rob, we'll start with our online speakers.
Thank you. Reminder to our online speakers, please keep your camera and microphone muted until we call your name so you don't disrupt the current speaker. Our first online speaker will be Alyssa Allison. Alyssa, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and unmute your camera and microphone.
Hello, I'm not sure where my camera is. Good evening, members of the Board of Education and Superintendent. My name is Alyssa Allen. I have worked for Cincinnati Public Schools for 9 years, and I've served as lead teacher for the Academy of Multilingual Immersion Studies for the past 6. Tonight, I'm asking you to reconsider the decision to eliminate the assistant principal position at AMI and recognize that our school cannot be measured by enrollment numbers alone. AMI is a unique school. We are a pre-K-8 building. We are home to a Head Start preschool program, 3 multidisability units, a specialized dual immersion program, and a middle school that offers AP coursework. Few schools are asked to provide such a wide range of services and programming under one roof, and that complexity requires strong leadership every single day. AMI is also a Title I school serving a population with significant needs. Because funding formulas do not fully account for undocumented students and families, the resources available to our school often fail to reflect the reality of the children we serve. Nearly 60% of our students are English language learners, and at a time when immigrant communities are feeling vulnerable and under attack, our students need stability, support, and advocacy. The needs of our students are vast, and the work required to support them cannot simply be absorbed by one administrator. An assistant principal is not an extra position at AMI, it is an essential position. As lead teacher, I have seen firsthand the impact that Dr. Hildebrand has had in our building. She leads our data work, supports teachers, manages discipline, builds relationship, and ensures students have the support they need to be successful. She has helped create a culture where students feel safe, families feel welcomed, and staff feel supported. The tremendous growth we have seen this year was not accidental. It is a result of intentional leadership and genuine care for children. When our students walk through the doors every morning, they deserve every opportunity to succeed. They deserve leaders who have the time and capacity to support them academically, socially, and emotionally. Dr. Hildebrand helps make that possible. AMI needs an assistant principal. Me needs Dr. Hildebrand. And most importantly, our students deserve both. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Alyssa. Our next online speaker is Clayton Adams. Clayton, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board, President Craig and Superintendent Murphy. My name is Clayton Adams, and my 2 children attend Dater Montessori. I'm also the Vice President of Organizing for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers and a special education teacher in the district. I'm here today to express concerns about the 5 proposed furlough days for teachers, secretaries, and administrators. This is extremely hurtful to our employees, especially when a 2% COLA was just negotiated and agreed upon between the district and its labor partners. A 5-day furlough will completely destroy any sort of COLA that was promised and negotiated with CPS staff. It's concerning that this very board would agree to a 2% COLA and then force the same staff members to do a 5-day furlough, which completely negates any sort of COLA for the 26-27 school year. On the surface, that does not look like this board's operating in good faith with its labor partners in the district. Additionally, I'm here to express concerns about the lack of cuts focused towards non-CPS employees. These include data coaches and specific DSS managers who are not employees of the district, but are actually employees of the Hamilton County Educational Service Center. Why would this board agree to cut our own CPS staff members before cutting contractors? The reality is that lead teachers could actually do the work of these non-CPS contractors at a much reduced cost. Specifically within the Department of Student Services, you could expand the role of certificated staff and leadership roles such as transition coordinators, case coordinators, and special ed department heads to fulfill these tasks. You would simply need to provide more release time for these lead teachers to do the roles of Educational Service Center contracted DSS managers, and you could save money. Thank you so much for listening, and you guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Debbie Fricky. Debbie, go ahead. You can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Rob. My name is Deborah Fricky. I'm a 26-year veteran of Cincinnati Public Schools, currently serving as the digital learning manager in our IT department. I'm also the mother of 3 amazing children, 2 of whom are CPS graduates, and I also happen to serve as president-elect of CAS. However, tonight, I'm simply talking as one human being to other human beings. I recognize the difficult financial circumstances facing our district, and I understand that hard decisions are being made. And so I'm not here to point fingers. Instead, I'm here to acknowledge their human impact. So as many of you know, over the past several weeks, more than 100 employees across Cincinnati Public Schools have learned that their positions have been eliminated. And these are people who have dedicated years of their lives to helping move this district forward every single day. So to all of the employees in facilities, in the treasurer's office, HR, curriculum, IT, early childhood, marketing, security, athletics, and in our school leadership, and everyone else who I may have missed who is affected by these changes, I want you to know that I see you. Many of you work behind the scenes. Most people will never know your name or fully understand the contributions you've made to this district, but your work matters. It still matters. And while some employee groups have a union that can fill a room of advocates, which we appreciate, many of those affected by these cuts do not. So tonight, I simply want to make sure that someone says publicly that you are not forgotten, you are not invisible, you are valued, and you have made a difference within this district. I come from a blue collar family, and I was taught that if you work hard, keep your head down, and do the right thing, everything will work out. And life teaches us that that isn't always true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fricky. Our next speaker is Tiara Boyd. Tiara, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Rob, that's Tarina Boyd. My name is
My apologies.
Tarina. It's no problem. So good evening, board member, Superintendent Murphy, and Treasurer Gush. My name is Tarina Boyd, and I'm speaking as a parent and community advocate with We Excel Cincinnati. I want to begin by acknowledging the efforts of our outside consultants, community partners, and engagement teams. Their work matters, but it's not enough if our focus drifts from what truly defines success, which is student outcomes. We are in a literacy crisis. According to the district data, 61% of our students are not reading at grade level. That means more than half of our children are struggling to meet foundational expectations, and each year the gap is widening. In some elementary schools, fewer than 4 in 10 students meet reading proficiency benchmarks. These numbers are not abstract, they represent real children in our schools sitting in our classrooms today. We Excel Parent Survey shows families are doing their part as much as they can, reading at home, asking for tutoring, and seeking free books and after school support when available. But parents can only rise to a new level of partnership when we have clear understanding or current and upcoming school measurements and improvement plans. We need real transparency about how literacy progress is being tracked and how budget allocations are being directed toward evidence-based reading interventions for our students. So tonight, I urge this board to publish clear, measurable literacy goals that define what success looks like for this upcoming year and possibly over the next 3 years. We cannot fix what we refuse to measure. The performance gap will not close on its own. Let's align our resources, our consultants, and our community energy around shared outcomes. Every child reading at grade level. Because when we center literacy, we center equity. And when we center equity, we are here for all kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Moffitt, our last speaker dropped off, so we'll try to get them back if they can.
Okay, just let me know. Let's start with our speakers that are down here. Ms. Russell?
Good afternoon. All right, there we go. Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Murphy. My name is Harriet Russell, and I was elected in 1993 to serve on the Cincinnati School Board. So I understand the challenges that you face. It is a rare thing that I walk back through this building since 2006. But early in my school board service, I read the Ohio Revised Code, where it said the first responsibility of the school board is to provide a solid financial foundation for the education of children. Now, following the Ohio Revised Code, I urge you not to delay until August to put a levy on the ballot, on the November 3rd ballot. Each of you know that a new levy is needed. So I wish to urge you to exercise your leadership to put the new levy on the ballot and then to campaign for it. When you campaign for it, it will win. That was my experience over my 12 years on the board. People want to see your commitment firsthand. And as a continuing volunteer in our school district for the last 26 years, I can assure you that I will campaign for this levy as long as it is intended to treat students and parents and staff fairly. So I urge you to put it on the ballot as soon as possible. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Gotta press it every single time. I'm Glenetta Krause. I have an AI coach via my Fitbit. It's trying to help me learn how to sleep better. And this week it tried to put me to bed at 7:30 because it thought I was in a different time zone than I was. And then it freaked out and it couldn't even answer questions in the right verb tense because it didn't know what time we were in. And I bring this up because I'm a teacher concerned about the amount of money that we're spending on technologies that aren't always proven to work. iReady, my perspectives are various science curriculums, can't do everything that the Ohio standards ask them to do. And they don't touch on everything that kids need to learn. You know what does work? What does help kids learn? What helps kids know each other and build community? Teachers, social workers, counselors. Don't parcel this business out to computers because computers can't do it. I'm encouraged as I've reviewed the budget documents seen in board docs from Mr. Guston and Ms. Murphy, please consider reductions that affect tech contracts and non-CPS employees before the highly trained CPS employees. Let our voters know that our literacy crisis requires money that is used to hire highly trained people to teach people not only how to read, but to critically analyze what they're reading. And computers can't do that.
Thank you. Mr. Banks, you can go with that, whichever order you want to, it doesn't matter.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Mary Webb from the Ethel M. Taylor Junior High School. Over the past few years, it's been said that teachers aren't using the curriculum. I just wanted to share a little insight on what this looks like from the classroom perspective. Every learner deserves access to high-quality curriculum that meets their individual needs. Our students come to us with different experiences, strengths, challenges, and academic needs. Teachers must identify learning gaps, differentiate instruction, scaffold content, and create meaningful entry points into the curriculum so that every student has the opportunity to succeed. That work requires going beyond a single resource. It means selecting and incorporating additional high-quality instructional materials, strategies, and supports to help students access grade-level content while continuing to grow. Growth is the greatest equalizer. When we focus on growth, we recognize progress, honor individual starting points, and create opportunities for all students to move forward and experience success. The results speak for themselves. This year, 62% of our students demonstrated growth on the math OST. The proficiency increased from 6% to 20%, resulting from 8 additional students reaching proficiencies. Outside consultants will never know our students, families, or community, as well as the educators who serve them daily. Before spending resources on outsiders, invest in the expertise that already exists within our district. The people closest to the work are often the best people in the position to improve it. Thank you for listening, learning from, and supporting those of us in the classroom every day. I just also wanted to say shout out to Ethel and Taylor for all the hard work we did this year, and we're just looking forward to another great year. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hi, my name is Jason Banks. I'm a graduate of CPS, I teach in CPS, my kids go to CPS, and Harriet Russell was my teacher in 1991 for AP US History, and she was a great teacher. She was a great teacher, and she's a great example of the great teachers we have in CPS. But I'm here to talk tonight about the increasing amounts of time we expect our students to spend in front of a screen. There are many reasons to decrease screen time in schools, including the low efficacy of the programs. I do not believe our students actually learn much, if anything, from them, as well as the growing issue of the loneliness epidemic. But the issue with screen time that carries the most weight, in my opinion, is that we are taking away the chance for real human connection, for learning from each other, from building the communities that our schools could be, that our students deserve. After teaching for 27 years in this city, I've seen hundreds of my former students out in the community, living their lives with their family, at work, at play. And I always ask them if they're happy and enjoying what life has to offer. As we talk and reminisce about our time together, they tell me stories about the activity we completed, a hardship they overcame, how it rained when we went on a hike or camp out. the times they laughed, struggled, learned, cried, and grew with the people around them. None of them have ever talked about pushing a button on a computer. From time to time, it is a healthy reflection to ask what the purpose of something is. So what is the purpose of CPS? I suppose each of us in this room may have a different answer. But to me, I think it is our job to help students become thoughtful, intelligent, inclusive human spirits who contribute to their communities. To make that happen, we need to increase the number of hands-on activities, to increase our chances for students to explore with collaboration and teamwork, and decrease the number of times we ask them to sit in front of a screen. Thank you.
Thank you. As Mr. Gibson comes up, I'm going to call the next set. Preston Poland, I hope I pronounced that right. Kathy Arigema, my apologies. Jill Whitaker, Michelle Jutt, Sandy Bennett Poltker. And when you do come up, if you just would re-say your name, I apologize for messing it up. Mr. Gibson.
My name is Butch Gibson. I work in IT, and all them computers y'all keep talking about, like, yeah, I'm working on them, and it's tough. It's a tough job. And I think Harriet was my teacher too. You know, we taught everybody. Hey, but while I'm out there breaking and fixing these computers, I'm not always front-facing with students, staff, and the community or whatever. So I don't always get a chance to speak to y'all, but I'd like to say thank you and all of y'all for y'all service to our students, our children, the staff, and the community. While I'm under the table, connecting them wires, I'm in the classroom and I'm seeing y'all. Or I'm here at the board meeting for the first time. Be gentle. Let me tell you a quick story. So I went to Jeff Crystal's retirement party. If y'all don't know Jeff Crystal, you missed out. And we had a little conversation, and I told Jeff Crystal that, like, whenever we had an opportunity to connect and talk, he would always just listen to me, whatever foolishness I happened to be spewing at the moment. And I felt like he saw me, and I wanted to tell him that, and I also wanted to say it here to get it on record. And also, one of the times that I was here, I told Shauna Murphy, anytime I get in front of folks, I say we need to do some job shadowing. And that first time that I mentioned that, Eric King was here. When I mentioned to Shauna Murphy, Eric King was here, and he immediately jumped up and put me on the Wi-Fi team. So I started installing Wi-Fi, and I'm a better valued employee because of that additional knowledge that I have about the Wi-Fi. And I'll give, so that's Jeff Crystal, Eric King, and also Jeremy Gallagher, who he always seems to see me. And I say that because I appreciate that opportunity for when folks do see me, and that it's not about me in the same way that it's not always about these spreadsheets and the numbers. It's about people, talent, and the experience that they bring to this organization to make it better. So I applaud all of the experience and the knowledge and the talent that is brought to this school district, and it's more than numbers, and I think we should focus on that when we talk about the budget. Thank you for being generous. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Poland?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Preston Pullen. I am the chair of the Technology, Computer Science, and STEM Curriculum Council. I am soon to be a sixth-year teacher at Cincinnati Public Schools, and I'm on the executive council at Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I come tonight to comment upon the state of Cincinnati Public Schools in a national sense and to assess recent events under the guise of maybe a unique opportunity. Cincinnati is slated to become one of the fastest growing cities in the country over the next 50 years due to what will likely be large-scale migration northward from people fleeing extreme weather events in the South brought about by anthropogenic climate change. While many school districts across the country continue to make decisions that add more technology to classrooms, incentivized by state policy that requires state tests be taken on computers, Cincinnati Public Schools has the unique opportunity to go against the grain in an area that has not been delivering outcomes for students. The return on investment in digital technology has not improved student understanding, student engagement, or student test scores. As such, an adjustment of digital technology and reprioritization of physical resources that can put Cincinnati on the map as a national leader willing to stand up to corporate money and put our students first has arisen. Just recently, the country of Denmark decreased its computer budget within the classroom by $300 million and is reinvesting those funds into paper and pencil learning. Likewise, we are in a position where through the reallocation of just a small fraction of our Lenovo yoga budget for 2nd to 8th grade students towards the preservation of digital technologies that actually work, such as Securely, and the conservation of $144,000 to maintain the learning technology team positions that are currently slated for elimination that do actually really support teachers and students be maintained. Additionally, I advocate that once more the Securely classroom software be maintained in order that teachers can maintain their classrooms and their classroom management digitally and in person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Arjema, and I'm a certified school librarian and K-6 technology teacher at Rothenberg Repertory Academy. In my previous role, I was an instructional technology integration specialist at a regional ITC, which is an information technology center, where I supported 87 schools across 24 Southwest Ohio school districts. The effective use of instructional technology in classrooms has always been my jam, but at the end of the day, I'm a teacher, and I'm here to urge you to add educators and staff in our mission statements so that it would read, all students and staff are seen, supported, and prepared for what's next. I'm a firm believer that we can't teach children unless we can reach them. We can't reach them unless we're where they want to be, and sometimes that's online. If we want to be relevant and current, we need to do what we can to make sure that we are meeting their needs as they occur. And we have a lot of tools at our disposal that we don't use effectively. Members of the learning technology team are those folks who help us do that. And at this point, I want to commend our current learning technologies team, led by Deborah Fricke, who is doing their level best to meet the ever-increasing demand for training and support, not just in CPS classrooms, but in every office and workspace across the district. I can't tell you how many times someone from the learning technology team has saved the day when my instructional technology crashed just as students were coming in the room. Now, I understand we're facing unprecedented budget crisis and are trying to trim costs wherever possible, but I urge you to reconsider the elimination of those 2 veteran CPS teachers who were recruited out of the classroom because they were so effective at using learning technologies to provide quality experiences that significantly affected student outcomes and success. Now is not the time to cut the folks who help us with learning technology. A district of our size needs more support, not less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jillian Whitaker. I'm a teacher and parent of CPS students. I would just like to say before I start that I'm a little concerned that yet again there are board members missing during a very critical budget discussion. Speaking of which, we've heard quite a lot about the Mississippi Miracle from Mr. Lindy. However, in Mississippi, the state does not provide a parent loophole. If students fail the 3rd grade reading guarantee, they hold them back no matter what. In Ohio, they say, oh, well, if the parents don't want them to get held back, we're going to promote them regardless of if they can read or not. Additionally, the state of Mississippi provides literacy coaches to all low-performing schools. While I trip over a data coach every time I turn around in our building, I have yet to see a literacy coach. Holding teachers accountable and to the same standards when a state is not comparable to the standards in another state is unfair to us. Also, there's a lot of talk about how teachers are refusing to follow high-quality instructional materials, but I would go so far to say that we are not provided with such. The district has been told repeatedly by Curriculum Council that My Perspectives is not working for our students. The budget has $350,000 designated for My Perspectives, and the rationale states that the state requires us to provide high-quality instructional materials that align with the science of reading. However, our version of My Perspectives that we currently use does not actually utilize the science of reading since we have not signed a new long-term contract. Please do not put more money into SuccessMaker and iReady. Students literally turn them on and walk away, and it counts as a session. We're not allowed to use these programs, at least at the high school level, in instructional time, so there's no way to observe whether true effort is being made. I used SuccessMaker with Fidelity this year, and only one of my students tested out. That includes my AA students who are regularly scoring over 250 on their MAP tests. We're paying SuccessMaker $140,000 to provide interventions that don't work. Educational curriculum has become a big business. These programs give inaccurate data that causes leaders to believe their students are not successful, which leads to more money being dumped into interventions that are offered by those same companies. We're playing directly into the idea and wasting so much money on assessments and interventions that are led by a computer. Real quick, I had more to say, but please look at how the instructional plan is being designed, because there are no West Side high schools that were consulted and only 2 West Side elementaries and only 1 school out of the 11 that were in the Momentum Award. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Jutt. I'm a 5th grade science teacher. And I want to start by apologizing to the board and Superintendent Murphy. You have mostly been misled about both the curriculum and how it aligns with the Ohio State standards. Do you realize that you are paying for content that is not aligned with our students are tested on in the Ohio Science Standards? Over 50% of some of the grades' curriculum is not aligned to the Ohio State standards. Due to a limited time, I'm only going to have time to point out a few highlights. In Amplify 4th grade, there's a full 9-week unit on vision and the eye. However, light is a 5th grade standard, and it focuses on how light behaves, not the eye itself. Also in 4th grade, another 9 weeks is spent on sound, hearing in the ear, how the ear works. However, again in Ohio, our standard focus on sound and sound waves in 5th grade, not 4th grade. Are you aware that you are currently paying for this curriculum in 4th grade while paying to print and create a unique curriculum for 5th grade? So what's the big deal? If 50% of our paid Amplify curriculum for 4th grade is on standards they do not need, what standards are we missing? All of 4th grade is missing coverage on the water cycle, weathering, erosion, and deposition, skills they need for later in life on state tests. I met with our district curriculum manager to discuss these gaps. Sadly, she was unaware. Despite bringing those to her surface, the science manager and her coaches fought to have teachers who are focusing on standards versus curriculum for the state test to be shied away from for other teachers visiting their classrooms as mentors. They even went as far as asking their HR manager of talent to stop teachers from visiting the classroom where Amplify was not their top priority. During the previous year, I was forced by a principal to use only Amplify, and my scores dropped over 10%.
Finish your sentence.
Can I just say this? I want to say that our highest passing standards in our district on 5th grade science were in physical science. That is the one curriculum that the district created, not Amplify.
Thank you. So as Ms. Sandy, before you start, I'm going to call the next group down. No, you can stay right there. I'm sorry. Sandy Horn, Madeline McKinney, Craig Traska. Please forgive me if I've messed up your names. And Rob Bittinger. Come on down. Ms. Sandy, you can start.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Bennett Petker, a newly retired teacher. You're probably thinking, what are you doing here? Like my husband. I thought you retired. First, I'm here tonight to ask for a return to mutual respect. Week after week, I hear union bashing from a few of you at this table, not everyone. The union is not a faceless entity. It is a collection of teachers and staff who form the backbone of CPS. CFT members are the boots on the ground when you need a levy passed. Inside the schools, they wear every hat possible to keep the district running because no one cares more for their students than they do. There's nothing wrong with expecting to be treated as professional in wages and working conditions. I ask that you stop the disparaging the very people who show up daily to defend our students, and instead, in your comments, treat them with the professional dignity they deserve. Secondly, I consistently hear certain board members suggest that student performance is simply a matter of teachers strictly following the provided curriculum. The board's demand for strict curricular adherence directly contradicts the teacher evaluation rubric, which requires professional differentiation rather than robotic monitoring of a script. Here is some specific language from the rubric. Focus for learning. The teacher plans lessons that use the input and contributions of families, colleagues, and other professionals to understand each student's prior knowledge while supporting their student development. Lesson delivery. The teacher is consistent and effective in communicating differentiated learning goals through multiple communication techniques. Addresses student confusion by presenting information in multiple formats. Curriculum is a baseline, not a ceiling. In order to do all of the above, you have to treat teachers like the professionals they are and allow them the autonomy to meet the needs of all their learners. True learning doesn't happen when we force teachers to read from slides or push through rigid stations that lack depth. Ultimately, we need to bring the joy of teaching and learning back into the classroom through concrete, meaningful experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandy.
Good evening. I am Sandy Harine. I am the lead counselor at Aiken High School. When I began in 2007, CPS only had 11 school counselors. And that would be roughly about one counselor for every 3,100 students. During Superintendent Mitchell's tenure, this board made a deliberate and research-based commitment to increase school counseling. The goal was to move closer to the American Counseling Association's research-based ratio of 1 to 250 students per counselor and to expand access across all grade levels. Importantly, this was not a response to COVID. The district was investing in school counselors years before the pandemic because the research showed that students needed these supports to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. One goal was to provide school counselors in our elementary schools. CPS still has no counselors in the elementary schools, which is an equity issue. Our surrounding districts provide elementary counseling services in there. Students in CPS deserve the same level of support as students in Mason, Lakota, Princeton, and other surrounding districts. School counselors and social workers are not extras, but it feels like that as we're one of the main student-facing departments being cut in mass. We are essential. Just as teachers are critical to academic instruction, counselors and social workers are critical to ensuring students are able to access that instruction, overcome barriers, and stay on track for success. I understand that there are difficult financial decisions to be made. However, reducing student-facing supports moves the district further away from the goals this board has worked towards for years and undermines a commitment to educational equity, which I know is a priority for this board. Our concern is and has always been about children. We are advocating for these positions not to save our jobs, but because we believe that every CPS student deserves the same opportunities as neighboring and surrounding districts. It's a matter of equity.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maddie McKinney. I'm a second-year school counselor serving the 11th and 12th grade students at Dater High School. I'm moving this summer for personal reasons, so I won't be returning to CPS next year, which is very bittersweet. But that means I'm not here today to advocate for my job, but because I believe it is very important for our students and for our community. School counselors are essential staff that lead efforts to support student success in all matters: academic, graduation, dropout prevention, mental health, post-secondary, and whatever other duties we end up picking up at our schools. At my school this year, the number of suicide risk assessments has more than doubled what it was in 24-25. These numbers are only including assessments from our counselors, social workers, and psychologists. These staff are crucial suicide prevention and harm reduction for our students. Our school's projected utilization next year is 122%, with enrollment at many schools increasing and support staff positions decreasing. How are our students expected to succeed in these conditions? You cannot expect schools to close gaps if you are removing bridges. This is not just a budget crisis, this is an educational crisis. The consequences of these decisions will fall not just on our staff that will be cut and the remaining staff that will carry the burden they leave, but on our students. I understand that difficult decisions must be made to finalize the budget, but our students' well-being cannot be reduced to a number or considered a necessary budget cut. If Cincinnati Public is truly here for kids, the board must stand with our students and the critical support staff that provide the services they need to be healthy and successful. One of the pillars of school counseling is advocacy, not just for our students, but for the educational systems we serve. Please utilize the amazing staff you have here by hearing our ideas and helping us to work with you to create a solution that not only protects your wonderful staff, but also shows that you are here for the kids, because reducing our support staff is not how we support our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for getting my name exactly correct. I really appreciate it.
thank you.
It's not the easiest one. My name's Craig Traska. I'm a school counselor here in Cincinnati Public Schools, as well as a homeowner and a voter here in the district. I want to start by acknowledging in the previous meeting that we had some of the positive comments of support from many of the members of our board for the school counselors here. I know that this is really tough having the budget talks, but I want to make sure that you know that we school counselors are showing up in an effort of advocacy to work with you and to make sure that we're making truly informed decisions about the money that we're spending as a district. School counselors are data-driven professionals. We're trained in looking at data and analyzing it and making plans. So I wanted to talk through some data with you tonight. I noticed in the budget proposals for this evening that you're going to be discussing that iReady and other technology platforms are still being fully funded when there are zero published peer-reviewed studies showing the efficacy of these programs on improving student outcomes outside of their platforms. On the other hand, elements of the budget are being cut, such as school counselors, that are research-based. I would point you to a meta-analysis published in 2021, Kearney et al., that shows that as you reduce school counselors' caseloads, you see a 6% increase per standard deviation of all areas: attendance, disciplinary interest, incidents, and graduation rates. All of that is positive work that our school counselors directly affect every day in our buildings. Lastly, I want to say that many of our board members like to remind us that these cuts, as painful as they are only going to get worse. And so I urge you to please vote tonight to put a levy on the ballot for the new money for next school year. We know that the state of Ohio is not going to make this any easier for us. We need that money to make sure that we are fully funding our schools as best we can to make the best decisions for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Mr. Rob comes to the podium, stay right there. I'm going to call down our next set. Joe Culler, Victoria Oakley, Destiny Barnett, I hope I got that right, Karen Hardinsky, and Heather England. Mr. Rob, the floor is yours. I think you get to press the button again.
There we go. There we go. Good evening, board members, Ms. Murphy. My name is Rob Bittinger. I'm the graduation counselor at Dater High School, and I have a couple things to talk about. I really wanted to work on my talking points with the board meeting today, but a junior needed help with her CCP application and ordering her ACT test scores, so I took time for her to help her out. I really wanted to work on my talking points for the board meeting today, but I received word that this morning that our semester 2 grades were processed and focused. I needed to send a final transcript to New Zealand for one of our students who is going to school there. I can't wait to hear about her stories from New Zealand. I really wanted to work on my talking points for the board meeting today, but a student at summer school needed a reassuring remark to see the finish line. He's going to make it. I really wanted to work on my talking points today, but a fellow counselor and I needed to discuss our August grads. Congratulations to them. I really wanted to work on my talking points today, but I needed to review the CCWRM data that is critical for our state report card. I really wanted to work on my talking points for the board today, so I did. Please be here for our kids and don't cut any of our school, counselor, and social worker positions in Cincinnati Public Schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Keller, and for the last 3 years, I've been the attendance social worker at Western Hills High School. The previous 2 times I spoke with you, I offered to meet with any of you at any time to provide more information and examples of why the district could not afford to cut any social workers. I also explained that this is not the platform for those discussions, and that I would continue to come here and provide the information 2 minutes at a time if that was the only platform that I had. Have not heard from any of you, so here's an example. A year ago, I was working through the truancy process with a student who had not attended school for a very long time. Prior to the hearing, I checked the student's attendance and noticed that the student had been counted present by 5 different staff members. I reached out to the first 3 staff members to confirm that the student had actually attended. All 3 staff members told me the exact same thing, which was, "I'm sorry, Joe, that was a mistake. I get them mixed up." Needless to say, I do not feel like the need to contact the other 2 staff members. Kind of makes you wonder if some of our students are even getting the correct grades if we were getting them mixed up, doesn't it? Mistakes happen. My question to you is, who is cleaning this kind of stuff up when you cut the social workers who are the ones who discover and fix it? Maybe a better question is, does that even matter? I'll offer again to speak with any of you at any time in a more suitable environment. You all have access to my contact information. The next example that I will provide will be from the highest level of one of our schools. The example after that will be from one of the highest levels in the district. If any of you need help determining who holds those positions, please let me know. I'd be happy to help. I'll see you all again soon. Good luck and God bless.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Oakley, and I'm the school social worker at West High. When word started to spread about social workers and counselors being cut, a graduating senior looked at me and said, "What? Do they know y'all save lives every day?" When I looked empathetically back at him, he said, "No, it really is that serious." His words kept playing back to me until 2 days later, I was at another school's graduation and got a call from a former student. They told me and my coworker with me that they had no desire to live anymore and had a handful of pills ready to be taken. We moved quickly, calling mobile crisis, and headed towards them. Imagine my relief as one of my colleagues here answered that call. Because of those connections and relationships we built, that individual got the help they needed and are doing well now. Because the thing about this group of social workers is we're incredibly connected to each other, connected to communities, to families, to school staff, and to our students, both current and former. It is my understanding that we're reevaluating the necessity of social workers, again, a mere 365 later than the last cuts being made, based on the line in the CBA that states we're only required to be in schools .2. However, I've been a part of this district since 2014 and watched this role evolve immensely, but the written language around it has not. What cannot be accomplished in a .2 or .5, or truly anything under a 1.0, is all the other work that's required by the CBA and state standards that social workers are often in charge of. Outside of what's written in the job description on paper, we also sit on ILT, LSDMC, are chairs of PBIS committees, lead MTSS initiatives, and much more. We live and breathe by CPS's motto, here for kids, by being men of more leaders, girls to women advisors, athletic coaches. I, for one, am a proud coach of 2 varsity girl sports, student-led activities like Key Club and Student PBIS. We ask kids, who's your trusted adult in the building? And oftentimes they report to school social worker and counselors. They come to school to see their trusted adults and partake in those activities we lead. So while I know you have very difficult decisions to make, cutting student-facing jobs, especially those mental health centered that get kids to school, cannot be the answer. In my students' words, it really is that serious. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, and community members. My name is Destiny Barnett. I'm a proud school social worker. And I am here tonight to urge this board not to cut our positions. In previous public and private meetings, you've heard extensively from Positive School Culture Department, Administration, CFT about the devastating impacts these cuts would have on our students, such as an increase in chronic absenteeism, which we finally decreased this year, an increase in mental health and discipline crises in our school buildings, which would make them not safe, and an increase in family and student barriers to resources and education. I do not envy the difficult decision you guys have to make before the 30th. However, cutting school social workers is a risk our students cannot afford. On May 18th, this board stated that our guiding philosophy to move forward is to get students to school. Student attendance and addressing the lack thereof is exactly what school social workers do, speeding up. We investigate the attendance, we address the barriers, and we create incentive plans for kids to come to school, to get them to come to school. Fortunately, there's a viable path forward. Positive School Culture Department has developed concrete solutions to meet our budget demands while saving the vital positions of school social workers, counselors, and supportive staff. I'm here today to urge the board to reject the cuts for school social workers and counselors and formally review the Positive School Culture proposal. Our district needs school social workers and counselors to move forward safely and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Murphy. My name is Karen Hordinsky, and I am the resource coordinator at both the Spencer Center and the Riverview East Academy. I hold degrees in psychology and social work and a master's in education. I have been in education for nearly 4 decades, along with social work and working at the Free Store Food Bank. I'm the very proud parent of 2 CPS graduates. And in spite of the fact that my oldest daughter just was married this weekend and my youngest daughter's birthday is today, and I'm missing a family dinner, it's important that I'm here tonight with you. The reason that I'm here is that I understand the urgency and I deeply respect the immense gravity of the decisions that you each face tonight. Navigating a shrinking budget with skyrocketing costs is an incredibly difficult burden on your shoulders, and I appreciate your dedication to our students and your prior support of resource coordination. However, my colleague and I are here tonight because buried within this budget proposal is a line item reducing resource coordinator contracts from what appears to be 12 months to 10 months. I understand this was recently shared with the lead agencies. Cutting these contracts means that we are no longer employed during June and July when we use valuable time to plan and to strategize for the following school year, as well as to continue to navigate plans for our students and to deal with crises that are happening in the summer. I'm deeply concerned about both the quality and the breadth of the work that we will be able to continue to do for our students, as well as the high turnover that we will experience in seasoned and qualified resource coordinators. This is not a 10-month job, my friends. Poverty, trauma, and crises do not take a summer vacation. Neither do planning and coordinating for the needs of instructional and extracurricular activities for the upcoming school year. While teachers teach and administrators run our buildings, as resource coordinators, we hold the student safety net together. We provide the literal foundation for human dignity so that kids can focus on the classroom. We are the ones finding actual beds for kids who are sleeping on the floor. We're the ones who secure things like space heaters and window fans for clothing and housing resources when families experience fires and devastating life experiences.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Karen.
for listening, and I hand it over to my colleague.
All right. Ms. Heather, as you come down, hold on one second. I'm going to call our next group. Sonia Swift, Julietta Ladipo, Lauren Campbell Kong, Colleen O'Connor. You have the floor.
Good evening, Superintendent Murphy and the
members of the board. My name is Heather England, and I am the proud resource coordinator for Rockdale Academy. I have a degree in early education, and I have been the resource coordinator for 3 years and the assistant community coordinator for 2. Continuing our testimony, our daily work ensures that our most vulnerable, transient, and traumatized student populations are safely resourced. We coordinate vital in-school mental health care, partner with health clinics to nurture their physical needs, and stay after school to ensure students are dismissed safely from the extracurriculars we have coordinated. The connection cannot vanish in June and July. Summer is exactly when the groundwork for a successful school year is laid for our students. It is when we build community partnerships from scratch with local businesses and nonprofits. It is the time we secure the instructional partners, grants, and sponsorships that provide thousands of free book bags, winter coats, shoes, food before the first bell ever rings. During the school year, our days are consumed by active student crisis, required reports, and mandatory leadership meetings like LSDMC, ILT, Community Council. We routinely assist families and school partners on weekends and after hours. If you eliminate our summer hours, who will secure these resources? Who will ensure these students have shoes, coats, food, etc. Before school starts? Resource coordination will happen year-round, must happen year-round to keep students healthy, safe, and ready to learn. While we care deeply for our livelihoods, it is the young people inside our buildings who hurt the most if these lifelines are cut. We respectfully ask you to protect the 12-month contract at the full $72,000 per coordinator. Keep these vital resources equipped to support our students every day of the year. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ms. Swift.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Swift. I currently serve as the chair of the LSDMC at Fairview Clifton. However, today I am speaking to you as a concerned parent and advocate for students and families. You may recognize my name. I've sent a couple emails requesting assistance with concerns about Fairview's culture, climate, and educational equity. On May 22nd, the school administration presented PBIS discipline data that revealed significant disparities in disciplinary outcomes among students. According to the school's own data, Black students represent approximately 53% of student enrollment, yet account for approximately 88% of discipline referrals. As parents, we believe this disparity demands a review to determine whether school practices, policies, and supports are serving all students equitably. In addition, the district-mandated alternative learning classroom was removed from our school despite ongoing concerns regarding student behavioral supports. This decision was not communicated to the PBIS committee, LSDMC, or the broader school community. Our principal stated that the ALC was not considered an effective use of paraprofessional resources. However, the ALC is intended to provide behavioral, social, and emotional support to students who require additional interventions. Following its removal, behavior challenges were managed in general education classrooms, affecting instruction and imposing blanket consequences on entire classrooms. School administration also reported that students requiring additional supports were placed in classrooms below their grade level, raising concerns about the appropriateness of this intervention and the potential impact on instructional environments for students and teachers in the receiving classrooms. We believe this decision, its implementation, and its impacts on students warrant district review and greater oversight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julietta Ladipo. I am here with Fairview Clifton as well, and I serve currently as the parent rep for LSDMC. And also I'm here just on behalf of the student population as well as some parents who could not attend tonight. Fairview's student population is more than 50% students of color, yet only 2 teachers of color serve in the entire school. For years, the LSDMC and families have advocated for increased representation among school staff because students deserve to see themselves reflected in the educators who serve them. Parents have also reported significant challenges obtaining evaluations and services for students with disabilities and learning differences. Families have shared some concerns about delays, resistance, or refusal when requesting dyslexia screenings, special education evaluations, and other supports for students who may be struggling academically. Regardless of a child's background or needs, every family deserves a transparent process and timely access to evaluations and interventions. These concerns are not new. We have a parent survey data that's reporting back from 2023 that consistently identifies the same priorities: increased transparency and communication from school leadership, greater diversity among school staff, and stronger educational supports that families can utilize at home to help their children succeed. Families have also raised concerns about the significant instructional disruptions, including the second grade staffing challenges and classroom shifts that disrupted instructional consistency, reduced access to German instruction, and altered support structures for students. Parents have repeatedly requested information regarding the academic impact of these changes, yet many continue to feel they have not received sufficient transparency or data to fully understand how students were affected. Despite years of feedback, many parents believe little progress has been made in addressing these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Campbell-Kong. I too am here with Fairview. I am the parent of an incoming fourth grader, and I'm also the PBIS parent rep for the school. We have provided documentation, including survey results, discipline data, and letters from concerned parents, demonstrating that these issues have been persistent and longstanding. These concerns have been raised with the principal and leadership. Families and parent representatives have consistently attempted to address these concerns through established school channels, including meetings with administration, participation in school committees, and requests for greater transparency and collaboration. For example, parents have requested opportunities to observe or attend instructional leadership team meetings, the ILT, to better understand how school-level decisions are made and implemented. Those requests were denied on the basis that ILT meetings were not public meetings nor for parents to attend. We have since learned that this characterization was inaccurate, further heightening concerns about transparency, stakeholder engagement, and families' ability to meaningfully participate in decisions affecting their children. More recently, on June 2nd, LSDMC and parent representatives met with the superintendent and the assistant superintendent to seek solutions and a path forward. Unfortunately, we left that meeting feeling that our concerns had not been meaningfully addressed, further eroding trust in the process and leaving families questioning whether their voices are truly valued. We want to be clear, our goal is not conflict. Our goal is accountability, transparency, and ensuring that every child at Fairview receives the support, opportunity, and educational experience they deserve. We are here because every student deserves equitable opportunities to succeed, and every family deserves confidence that their concerns will be heard and addressed. Tonight, we respectfully ask the Board of Education to exercise its oversight responsibilities and to support a formal district investigation of the culture and climate at Fairview Clifton German Language School. We are requesting a thorough review of discipline practices, student support systems, special education processes, staff diversity and representation, stakeholder engagement, and administrative decision-making. With that request, I am also formally submitting into the record an entire folder filled with documentation of past PBIS data, current PBIS data, emails, and the like, so showing that for 3 years now, we have actively tried to seek out collaboration to address these problems.
Thank you. Ms. Colleen, as you come up, I'm going to call up my last group. Karen Imbus, Michelle Dunn, Brad Smith, and Julie Sellers. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Colleen O'Connor. I am a parent of a kindergarten first grader, fourth grader, and sixth grader at Fairview German Language School. And yes, they are all boys, and it's crazy in my house. I am also I'm the Ways and Means Chair for the PTO at Fairview, otherwise known as GBIS. We are not asking the board to accept our conclusions. We are asking the board to examine the evidence. Most importantly, we are asking that the voices of students, families, and staff be heard. We are asking the board to ensure that concerns raised by families are taken seriously, investigated objectively, and followed by meaningful action. We want the board to understand this. The more we speak out, the more families come forward. As parents have learned that others share their concerns, additional stories, experiences, and documentation continue to emerge. These concerns will not simply disappear because they are uncomfortable to address. Families have spent years raising these issues through surveys, meetings, committees, and administrative channels. We are no longer asking for additional action plans. We are asking for measurable action, accountability, and results. We will continue to advocate for our children and amplify the voices of students, families, and staff who feel unheard or discouraged from speaking up, including retaliation. Our commitment is not to conflict. It is to ensure that every child at Fairview has access to equitable, supportive, and inclusive educational experience. I would also ask, because there are several other families here who have concerns, and it's not just the four of us, if they would stand in the audience. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your commitment to the students and families of Fairview Clifton German Language School. Additionally, as a sidebar, as you're going through tonight's budget, please also note that the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce has listed in the K through 3 list of approved assessments that, for math especially, that iReady is not an approved assessment.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Craig, members of the board. My name is Karen Imbus. I'm a field representative for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers and the parent of 3 adult daughters who received an excellent education at Cincinnati Public Schools. Over the last few months, almost since the inception of this board's discussion of the need for budget cuts, CFT has met with district administrators to review the budget and identify areas that could be cut with the least impact on teaching and learning. We have repeatedly implored the administration to cut contracts with outside vendors, including Dream Builders and Hamilton County Educational Services Agency. Unfortunately and inexplicably, our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. Rather than cut wasteful contracts that siphon millions of taxpayer dollars away from educating our students, the current proposal would furlough the teachers, school social workers, and counselors who actually do the work. A 5-day furlough, 5 days teachers will not teach and will not be paid, is a 2.6% cut in pay. It would more than wipe out the meager 2% raise teachers are counting on for the coming school year. That cut, combined with higher healthcare contributions when inflation is running around 4%, is a slap in the face to the hardworking teachers of this district. But a 5-day furlough for teachers is not just bad public policy. It is unlawful. Ohio Revised Code Section 3319.17 prohibits the district from unilaterally furloughing all its teachers. CFT will not sit idly by while CPS breaks the law to the detriment of teachers, their families, and CPS students. This union will fight for the hard-earned rights of its members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Dunn. I'm at Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I want to speak to you tonight about the administration's board recommendations suggesting that you balance this budget by introducing furlough days. which in effect will be more than what the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, was that we negotiated last year. Of course, remember, we went a whole year before that without a COLA because this board delayed the decision that once a levy was passed, that we would, that you would fulfill a promise that was made about doing a COLA, which took quite a long time, at least 4 to 5 months, if my memory's right. So yes, the levy passed, a COLA was promised, we had to wait a long time, and then even then, it was proposed that it would just be a stipend and not a COLA. Of course, that was unacceptable because we negotiated a COLA. So here we are again, and of course, this COLA that we are anticipating, of course, does not meet the rise of inflation and also the additional medical costs. And I just want to point out that we've said again and again that third-party outside contracts should be prioritized as cuts. I mean, it's really simple. I just don't understand how you would cut actual full-time employees who are student-facing over third-party contractors that don't even have direct student contact. It just makes no sense to us. One of those, by the way, is a contract for Teach for America. It just floors me that this administration continues to recommend that we fund Teach for America when we're actually cutting these people's jobs up here that you just heard from earlier. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Brad Smith. I'm a constituent, I'm a taxpayer, and a CFT field rep. My question to the board tonight is, when are you going to furlough the contractors? So CPS employs these data coaches from Hamilton County for $750 a day. That's $150 more than the most expensive teacher is paid. And so, you know, teachers are professionally licensed and they work with children. Data coaches aren't licensed and they don't work with children. CPS spends money on data coaches. Again, these are unlicensed individuals when we have licensed people who can do that work a lot cheaper and a lot better. You heard tonight that we have Hamilton County DSS managers that aren't even our employees. As I said before, we spent $1 million on iReady. I could pay for the 8 counselors that you want to cut tonight, or 8 of the 12 social workers. The next most expensive curriculum product is Amplify, which you heard tonight is not aligned to the standards. And so that's another 5 counselor or 5 school social workers. In fact, if you just cut the Hamilton County contracts and cut iReady and cut Amplify, we wouldn't actually have to cut any social workers or counselors. You know, the people that actually work with our children. And so budgets are a statement of value. Who do you value? Do you value the licensed CPS employees or do you value the unlicensed contractors? Continuing to fund contractors while we are cutting licensed CPS employees is a slap in the face to all the hard work that they do. No CPS employee should lose their job until all of the contractors are cut. No CPS employee should be furloughed until all of the contractors are cut. Thank you.
Thank you. And our very last speaker will be President Julie Sellers. She's the president of CFT, and there is no time limit, just to remind the audience of that. President Sellers,
And I will try to keep it quick, because I could go on forever. This evening, I am here on behalf of the educators represented by the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. Tonight, I want to express our deep concern and disappointment regarding the proposed budget reductions and the disproportionate impact they have on the educators who work directly with students every single day. Quite simply, it is inappropriate and unfair for teachers to bear the brunt of the district's effort to balance the budget. Over the past several years, educators have repeatedly been asked to do more with less. Now we are seeing elementary teaching positions eliminated, while classroom enrollment formulas are being pushed. Many classrooms across the district will be at the maximum overload levels. These are not abstract numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real classrooms filled with real students who will receive less individual attention because fewer teachers will be available to meet their needs. At the same time, the district is also cutting positions that are directly student-facing. It is the very employees who deliver instruction, build relationships, support learning, and drive student success. If our mission is to improve student outcomes, why are the deepest cuts falling on those who work with students every single day? Teachers, school social workers, counselors, SLP, speech and language pathologists, school psychologists, OTs, and enrichment teachers. We are also deeply troubled by the elimination of most supplemental stipends. Those stipends support critical work that extends beyond the school day and beyond the contractual responsibilities. Yet there has been little to no discussion about how that work will be completed moving forward. The school year has already ended, and we are still dragging our feet. Educators are left asking, who will do this work? Will it simply disappear? I don't think so. Or will teachers once again be expected to absorb these responsibilities without any compensation? Perhaps the most troubling proposal in this budget is the inclusion of 5 furlough days for CFT and CAS employees. A furlough day means no work, no pay, and they want to do it on professional development days, I've heard. This proposal sends a clear message to employees: work more, sacrifice more, receive less, and it asks educators and school staff to shoulder the burden of financial decisions while continuing to meet the same expectation for student achievement, school improvement, compliance, and operational success. Your teachers in this district are not your ATM machine to balance the budget. This furlough would cut the average teacher pay by about $80 per check. $80 per check, with inflation levels the way they are. That is neither sustainable or equitable. This is a large district, and the burden should not fall on the teachers. This board should have worked to place a levy on the ballot at least 2 years ago. What makes this even more frustrating is that educators have offered recommendations. We have identified potential efficiencies and alternative areas for cost savings. Those have gone unheard. We have attempted to be partners in solving this challenge, yet many of the recommendations we've made appear to have been ignored, while the focus remains on cutting the people who are the most directly responsible for serving students. I think this is intentional. As board members, you often speak about valuing teachers and staff as the district's greatest asset. Yet tonight, I ask you to reflect on whether these budget decisions align with that belief. A budget is more than numbers. A budget is a statement of priorities. And I don't see where the priority is on the greatest aspect of this district, the ones who are doing the work with students every single day. If teachers are truly our most valuable asset, then they should not be the first place we look for savings. Before reducing classroom supports, increasing class sizes, eliminating stipends, imposing furlough days, we urge this board to carefully examine every other available option. Our students deserve better, our educators deserve better, and our community deserves a budget that reflects the values we claim to uphold, not only within this district, but within this city. As we look at the presentation that is going to be on the program tonight on the strategic plan, you will see the disrespect towards educators in the budget also carries over to the strategic plan. You will also see more disrespect of professional educators with the selection of the committees that are listed on this program that I have never seen before today. There is not one teacher represented in the discussions of the strategic plan on any of those committees. Not one. There are people in this community on the strategic plan who have never, ever stepped foot in any of our schools and know not one thing about education. So thank you very much. I hope you all have a reckoning and understand that what you are doing is harmful to the children of this district. And when you look at these committees tonight, you are going to see not one educator. Thank you.
Thank you. President Craig, that concludes our hearing of the public, and I turn the floor back over to you.
All right, thank you. Superintendent Murphy, please do the honor of introducing our first presentation along with our guest who should be online from Bellwether.
Absolutely. Rob, Ms. Cravenhouse should be online to do the strategic plan presentation.
Ms. Craven-Hall, please accept the invite that was just sent to you to become a panelist. Ms. Craven-Hall, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Murphy. I am excited to come before you this evening and share an update on the strategic planning process. Okay, I see the slides now. Thank you. On the next slide, you'll see just an overview of the parts of the planning process that I intend to share an update with you on this evening. Those include a very high-level overview of our current state assessment, including how it informs both strengths to build upon as well as opportunities that we have surfaced through broad community engagement as well as data and document review opportunities for improvement. I will also share with you two very much work in progress drafts of the graduate profile and the intended impact statement. And I shared with you a little bit in the last time I was with you, the importance of these two statements as anchors of the future vision that the strategic plan will work towards achieving. And then finally, I will share with you just a high-level articulation of some of the emerging strategic priorities. Further fleshing out and defining those priorities is really a part of this next phase of work. But I want to share with you some of our early thinking about what some of those priorities might look like and share with you the next steps in further fleshing those out. On the next slide, you see just a reminder of where we are in the overall process. The conclusion of our current state assessment, the working session that we had last week with the steering committee, that represents a very important inflection point in our work as we move from phase one, where we focus on the current state and looking at the past, to really beginning in phase two to focus on planning for the future. We are on track with where we thought we would be at this point in the planning process, and we have a lot of important work to do together over the next several weeks leading up to early August. On the next slide is just what can sometimes be a helpful visual to understand the strategic planning work. We start with kind of the bookends of this bridge often talk about our work as defining and getting to a shared understanding of where the district is today. Also getting to a shared vision of where the district is going. And then the difficult work is making the trade-offs, developing the priorities and investments that are necessary to take the district from where it is today to where it wants to go. Over the next couple of slides is just an overview of who we have engaged so far in this process. The steering committee is a group that is helping to make recommendations about the go forward strategic plan. You can see that that group includes the superintendent as well as a number of senior leaders across the district. We have certainly engaged the board throughout this process, as well as the audit committee, as well as additional central office leaders, members of the community, and the civic and community leaders that you see listed here. On the next slide, you see even more stakeholders that we have engaged throughout this process, and I really want to acknowledge the incredible and intentional work of Rice Education Consulting, Redcon, who led much of this community-wide stakeholder engagement. You can see here the number of listening sessions across school leaders, school staff and educators, students, family, and the community. You can also see the number of survey responses. Redcon developed and worked with the district to distribute surveys to staff, the broader community, and members of local school decision-making committees. And you can see the number of responses for each one. So as I go through the next several slides, I will share with you a highly synthesized version of our current state assessment, but know that the themes that I am sharing with you are informed by all of the community engagement described on the last two slides. As we look at strengths on which the district has the opportunity to build, we have summarized these across 4 key categories. First, we do see pockets of real academic momentum. We noted that the district leads Ohio's Big 8 districts in a number of performance index scores, including things like graduation rate and college and career readiness. And while we know that that bar is not as high as the district would like it to be, and certainly not as high as we heard from parents and educators and the broader community, it is helpful to understand how the district is performing against other like districts. We also see things like algebra proficiency and the growth over time in recent state assessments. When we see outlier kind of grade levels or content areas like that, it's a place that we want to further unpack with the district to understand what are the contributors to that success and how might those things be replicated across other grade levels and other content areas, and what are the resources and intentional effort that is required to do so. We also heard relatively consistently that the program breadth across the district, including things like Montessori, dual language programs, the growth of career and technical education, was consistently named as a positive and something that differentiated the district, especially among families. A caveat to that is that we did also hear that for some families, kind of navigating those choices can be difficult, and some families experience unequal access to some of those options. On the next slide, you see some additional strengths to build on, including staff commitment and relationships, both through staff surveys as well as schools we were able to visit and focus groups that we had with school-based staff. We saw a high level of commitment of leaders and teachers and broader staff at the school, all of whom relatively consistently were very student-centered, very focused on helping students achieve at high levels. We also see strong foundations for community partnerships. A lot of partners who are very engaged either at the school level or more broadly at the district level. This is a strong positive indicator, and we see opportunities to further leverage these relationships strategically and more aligned to the specific needs of students and schools. Over the next two slides, I will share with you some of the areas that surface as opportunities for growth and that help to inform some of the potential strategic initiatives. These are all informed by data that showed gaps in student performance, also informed by stakeholder interviews and focus groups and survey responses, where we were hearing from folks across the community where there are opportunities for the district to either improve or to just be more consistent in the experiences that students have, regardless of what school they attend, regardless what part of the district they live in. Those opportunities include consistent instruction and K-12 pathways. While we do see it as incredibly positive that the district has made some investments in high quality instructional materials, we saw across classrooms kind of inconsistencies related to the level of rigor, standards alignment, and grade level instruction. We heard from building leaders and from teachers inconsistency in the support, including professional learning and coaching, that they receive in order to be able to leverage high quality instructional materials and maximize them in the classroom for student learning. We've also heard opportunities for a stronger coordination of student support, including to address things like chronic absenteeism, which were significant in a number of school settings, and also to ensure that students are experiencing kind of consistent behavior support, and that discipline is also delivered in restorative and positive ways and consistently within schools and across schools. The last two areas, one, professional learning, which I touched on a little bit as I spoke about instruction, but we heard relatively consistently from teachers that there are opportunities to further deepen and also align coaching and professional learning to expectations for instruction, to expectations for use of high quality instructional materials. We did hear from teachers some bright spots related to professional development and instructional coaching, but they were oftentimes very specific to a particular grade level or a particular content area, and unfortunately not yet available across grade levels and across all content areas. Across all of this work, in any time where there are financial constraints, it is necessary to make difficult decisions and trade-offs. We see opportunities to strengthen the district's ability to do exactly that by leveraging data more consistently so that you can understand what investments, what strategies are resulting in the outcomes that you want for students and which ones may not be. Understanding where decisions sit, and so what decisions are made centrally relative to the decisions and the level of autonomy that sits at the school level. And then opportunities to share those decisions more openly and transparently with the broader community. There's a perception that was clear in some of the stakeholder engagement, that the district's decisions are somewhat opaque to the external community, and they would like more information and data around how decisions are made. So as we move from kind of the current state assessment to thinking about then the district's future, the last time I was with you, I talked with you about the graduate profile and the intended impact, and shared that we would be pulling insights from community engagement and also working with the steering committee to draft these two important anchors of the strategic plan. Recall that the graduate profile is intended to be kind of a longer term vision for the experiences and skill sets and habits of mind that all students will have when they graduate from Cincinnati Public Schools. It is a bit of a North Star, if you will. The intended impact then is intended to be over the next 4 years of this strategic plan. What is the progress that the district will make towards that North Star goal, towards the assurance and the promise that every CPS graduate will have the skills and experiences and habits of mind that are captured in the graduate profile. I want to share with you now drafts of both of these statements. The graduate profile in particular was informed broadly by stakeholder engagement, but also very specifically by 50 CPS school leaders. It's important that I tell you that this is a work in progress. Even today in our meeting with Superintendent Murphy, we made additional progress on kind of the next draft of this statement based on feedback from the steering committee when we shared this draft with them last week. I will read the top line, but I won't read everything below the red line. But the draft statement says that every CPS graduate leaves believing in their own potential and equipped with the academic foundation, the skills, the self-knowledge, and the sense of purpose to enroll in college, enlist in military service, enter employment, complete an apprenticeship, or build something of their own. A CPS graduate is prepared, resilient, and rooted in community, ready to author their own future and lift up the city that raised them. And so this is the vision that the district has for all of its graduates. Then what you see there below the red line is a bit more detail on what each of those attributes are and what it means for students. Some of the feedback that we heard from the steering committee was that the idea of preparing CPS students for what comes next in their post-secondary life, no matter what it is that they choose to pursue, but that we are intentionally preparing students for what comes after graduation really resonated with the steering committee, as did some of the aspects and kind of beliefs and habits of mind, including being confident and self-determined, resilient and ready, future planned and financially literate was also affirmed, and then self-aware and rooted in community. The steering committee also pointed us to some opportunities to kind of further improve and refine on that draft statement. So just thinking about some of the skills that students will need in order to be successful in their post-secondary pursuits, including things like collaboration and teamwork and the ability to work across differences, being more intentional about the academic competencies that we're calling out as important. Thinking about innovation and entrepreneurship, students' ability to evolve as the world around them is evolving, and really wanting to anchor in community responsibility and what that looks like. And so we have taken this feedback and kind of taken a next pass at this graduate profile, and we will continue to refine this statement. I will shift us then to thinking about the intended impact statement. And this is, when we think about kind of that bridge, the intended impact statement is where the district wants to be as a result of this next 4-year strategic plan. So we will first create the statement and then create the SMART goals that will allow the district to measure whether or not it has been successful in achieving that intended impact. This too is a work in progress. And so on the next slide, you see the draft. The draft reads that by 2030, CPS will be a place where every student is known by name, taught by a consistent and excellent educator, and supported to stay, grow, and graduate, prepared for an opportunity-filled future. We will be accountable for the daily conditions that foster high-quality teaching and learning, because outcomes follow conditions and not the other way around. And so this intended impact statement really points the district towards a focus on every student, every day that they are enrolled, and having a particular focus on schools where daily conditions are furthest away from where the district wants them to be today. It points the district to focus on strengthening the conditions that make learning possible, including some of those early indicators of success. So things like consistent student attendance, stable adult-student relationships, and strong instructional staff. But also ensuring that instructional staff have the supports and tools and resources that they need in order to create daily learning conditions. The steering committee also gave us feedback on this draft statement that will inform kind of our next versions of this, really wanting to make sure that we put the conditions in the context of academic mastery and post-secondary readiness, that they are the outcome of the enabling conditions, and show the link between those two things. And making sure that the goals both look at those longer term kind of lagging outcomes, but are very intentional also about identifying those leading indicators of success. What are the measures that allow the district to measure the progress that you're making towards those lagging goals? And so now we've talked about the current state. I've shared with you the drafts that will serve as kind of the statements of where the district wants to go, so the near-term future. And so the important part that's in the middle then is what is the work that is necessary to bridge the two. And so based on our work with the superintendent and the steering committee so far, we have started to coalesce around 4 priority areas. Those include strengthening instructional consistency and expanding equitable access to equitable and high quality K-12 pathways. 2, building coordinated student support to remove barriers and create the conditions that are consistent for learning. Strengthening talent systems and professional learning, understanding that 1 and 2 are not possible if the adults in the system are not prepared, are not provided with the professional learning, the tools, and the resources to drive the work and the improvements in priorities 1 and 2. And then 4, really strengthening central office operations, the ways in which it manages strategy and makes decisions that allow for high quality implementation of the plan and implementation with fidelity. I won't walk through the next slide. It just gives a little bit more rationale around how these draft priorities connect to both what we found in the current state in terms of opportunities for improvement and the draft of where the district ultimately wants to go. A little bit about next steps. We will begin to refine and finalize both the graduate profile and the intended impact statement. We will also begin articulating the lag measures, so those longer term student outcomes, as well as the lead measures, indicators of progress and success. We will also define the 3 to 5 highest leverage priorities and begin articulating the initiatives and the critical path work streams. This place in particular is one where we will begin to expand our work beyond the steering committee. And so the intent would be that we would have small working groups aligned to each of those priorities. And those working groups would be inclusive of central office leaders, as well as school-based leaders and staff, because we want the people who are closest to the work, who will ultimately have to perform the work, to be active and engaged in helping us to define the work. Importantly, over the next 2 phases, we will also be working closely with Mr. Gustin and team to develop the financial model and related scenarios, so that as we have the priorities, as we understand kind of what it will take to execute against each of them, we can have a financial model that allows you to flex the inputs and to understand kind of at different scales and paces of implementation, what are the resources that would be needed for the district to execute the work in that way. We will continue to identify targeted stakeholder engagement opportunities because we want to get broader feedback on the emerging work, including the graduate profile and intended impact statement, as well as the priorities that are emerging. Included in that stakeholder engagement is following up. We heard you loud and clear, some of your feedback on the advisory committee. And so we are reaching out to some new members to join that community advisory committee. Since the last time we met, we have had representation from higher ed to join the committee, and we are also reaching out to representatives from the faith-based community, as well as the Hispanic Latino serving organizations and leadership there to add some additional voices and needed perspectives to the advisory committee. The last slide just provides a little bit additional detail on the financial modeling work stream, which I shared a little bit on the last slide, but this just gives a little bit of additional detail into what our phase 2 work there will look like. This concludes my update. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All righty. Thank you, Akeisha. And board members, any questions? Board member Crossett.
Yes, I want to go back to the slide that has the, I guess it's like page 3, it's the timeline, where you have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. I believe in our last meeting, we approved that the strategic plan would be approved by July 31. And this shows not getting done till August 7th. So I'm wondering about that. Is that approved? I guess it says implementation, so possibly we could have this approved before the implementation. Is that what that means?
Well, so 2 things. One, we only have 1 meeting in July, and we won't approve the strategic plan as a board before that meeting. So, because that's the meeting in the middle of the month.
We could.
Well, we wouldn't though, because it's the middle of the month. And so in theory, even under their plan, we wouldn't be anywhere near that point. So our first meeting is August 3rd. So it'd be likely the place where we would actually formally as a board approve it. I think what is, and definitely Keisha should definitely correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what the intended goal of that August, or that July 31st was that it would be produced for us to then be able to review for that August 3rd meeting, so we could approve it at that August 3rd meeting. We again only have one board meeting period in the month of July, and I think it'd be unfair for us to say the 31st is a deadline and then say the 13th is when we'd have to approve it.
Okay, well, will the August 3rd meeting comply with the July 31st deadline that we agreed on?
Again, I think the August 31st was, or the July 31st was about submitting it to the board. For us to approve anything, it has to be at a board meeting.
Okay.
So we
all
can't
right.
do anything outside of a normal public meeting in order to be in compliance with state law.
Okay, just wanted to be sure that that timing was going to work for what we already said, right?
Totally understand.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments from board members? Board Member Bolton.
Thank you very much for the update, and thanks for making the some of those adjustments regarding the advisory committee. I think it's critical, especially prior to publication of the strategic plan and all the related documents that we either show those additions as members and others if possible, or, change, as I said, the last meeting, change the title of that committee because there was real issues regarding the representation of that committee. So I appreciate some of these adjustments because whether people live inside the district or outside the district, or whether it's heavily on business or even heavily on people that are supportive of the charter movement, it's important that that committee get augmented prior to publication. And hopefully those people that are joining will have a lot to say about what's going on it. I do have a question. I like the text work that's going on. It's very reminiscent of other strategic planning language, and yet has some good, fresh perspective as well, I think. Concerned on when you say the steering committee, is that the committee that is so heavily district administrative? Okay.
Yes, the steering committee is the superintendent and primarily the senior leadership team.
That's good, and that's normal procedure, reasonably resting with them that responsibility. But when you get down to some of these working committees on the particular topics, can you tell me, you mentioned a little bit that there will be on particular items, particular working, and I think that's great. I like the multiplicity in that, but can you tell me how you're going to be putting those working groups together?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so based on the priorities, if you take a look at the priorities that are listed on slides 17 and 18, as we narrow to what will be the go forward 3 to 5 priorities, 5 would be on the very high end, 3 or 4 is typically what I would recommend. We want to then identify the central office leaders who are closest to that work, and then identify a number of school level leaders, faculty and staff who can also contribute to helping us further define not just how we name the priority, but importantly the initiatives that are associated with that, and then also helping to inform what would it take. What are some of the resources and investments that would be necessary, for example, if we're talking about strengthening instructional consistency. And so we want to identify for each priority the folks who are closest to that work, who would have the strongest perspective on helping us to further help you define and characterize what that work needs to look like over the next 4 years.
Thank you. That clarification helps me a little bit, and I would take this opportunity to, the irony of all of this is I am not Miss Engagement. So I don't know how I'm kind of talking more and more about engagement than I normally do. It's other people are better at arguing for it and advocating for it than I. But on those working groups, I think just as a tradition and culture within our district, if there's a way of having community members, be they as knowledgeable as some of those other people would be or not, the community perspective will, I think, would be helpful because everything's sounding pretty internal and not external enough, since this is going to have to be something that the community, the whole community, buys into. So I would just suggest and encourage for those small working groups that I think are actually going to be doing some great work and important work. I think the community voice should also be there, and I would recommend that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty. See, Board Member Moffitt and then Board Member Armbruster. Okay, Board Member Armbruster and then.
I was just going to echo what Board Member Bolton just said about the community input. I think I said long ago when we were first talking about the strategic plan, the importance of getting outside of ourselves, and the idea that if we had all the answers inside our own building, we would already be doing the work. And so reiterating that I think it's really important that we get outside perspectives on the nitty-gritty detail of this. So I echo Board Member Bolton's sentiments on that.
All righty. Vice President Moffitt.
So thank you for this presentation, because I was very interested in the findings, and I'm glad that we're being kept abreast. I'm trying to sort through my questions because I looked at the strategic plan in relation to the budget, and so I'm going to try to separate some of those out. But you identified 4 emerging priorities: strengthen instruction and post-secondary pathways, coordinate student supports, strengthen talent and professional learning, and clarify leadership and resource use. I am still concerned how we've identified in your findings that chronic absenteeism is affecting nearly half of CPS students. Mental health and wraparound supports are critical, and we have a deep need to coordinate student supports and community partnerships. And it's conflicting with cutting social workers, with cutting counselors, with increasing contracts. I guess I just don't understand how that makes sense. And so just to clarify for people, when I ask for a plan, I'm asking for how can we reconcile where we know, and now Bellwether has identified and actually memorialized that these are significant issues, yet we're making significant cuts there. So I'm just really kind of a little grateful that you've identified it, but concerned at how we are going to meet measurable goals in a strategic framework, which is what you've provided, when we're making cuts to that. I'm a little confused. An additional, and I guess I'm trying to separate my budget questions with my strategic plan questions, so please forgive me. When we do have strategic plans, is it common or normal to quantify certain measurements? And what I mean by that is, I'm kind of missing like a student outcome dashboard. I'm missing, how are we going to get to this graduate profile and measure success? You talked about the graduate profile. How do we measure that when we are currently at a specific reading proficiency, a specific math proficiency, a specific attendance, a specific graduation and college readiness number? Do we need to put there? Does the community need to say in the strategic part of this, hey, we are at 30%, we want to get to, within 4 years, a specific percentage? Is this the space to have that in our strategic plan?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, part of what we will do is help to translate these statements, both the graduate profile, but especially the intended impact statement, into measurable goals. And those are goals against which the superintendent and the board will set annual targets in pursuit of a broader 4-year goal. Importantly, we will also help you to define early indicators of success. And so we know that some of the most important student outcomes, things like 3rd grade reading proficiency, things like Algebra 1 proficiency and graduation rates, that sometimes transformational change in those can be lagging. And so throughout each school year and year to year, what are some of the things you can measure that give you confidence that you are on the path to seeing significant increases in those measures? Those lead measures are incredibly important for making kind of interim decisions about what work to continue to pursue and perhaps make increased investments in, and what work you might scale back or sunset because it's not contributing to the progress that you expected it to.
So can you help me understand that is something, those quantifiable goals are going to be defined by the administration?
Those quantifiable goals will be defined as part of the strategic plan in collaboration with the superintendent and steering committee, with input and feedback from the broader set of stakeholders that we are engaging, including the board. The annual targets that you set against those measures, I suspect, will be a conversation between the board and the superintendent.
Okay. So when, I guess I'm just confused as to when we'll see that portion of it. As we talk about budget and as we talk about a change in the leadership framework, which is what has been presented to us as well, I'm very interested in how we're going to kind of define this graduate profile that you all have given us on page 12. Like how do we measure if the goals are ambitious enough for the strategic plan? Where is that part of it? And I guess we will see that. So I just don't know if how will we know that this strategic plan is ambitious and is something that we can work towards given our current situation and the desire to fulfill this graduate profile, to actually fulfill some of the goals that we're trying to achieve and that the community is holding us responsible for before August 3rd?
Yeah, I mean, I would answer that a couple of ways. I think part of knowing whether or not is ambitious is if the aims that are articulated in the graduate profile and in the intended impact are ones that resonate with internal and external stakeholders. And so that's part of what we will assess in ongoing community engagement. And then I think there will be measures. So there will be things like graduation rate and 3rd grade proficiency, measures that I think anyone in the community could agree with. And then part of how ambitious it is or not is how quickly you choose to want to move those things. And so as you set, what is the target? What is the percentage of 3rd graders reading on grade level that you want to achieve by the end of the 4-year plan? That will also drive kind of the level of ambition. And part of what we will do in the financial modeling is help you understand if you want a 40% increase, and you've said, like, this is the work that it will take to achieve that. These are the resources that are needed, the number of instructional coaches per teacher, the number of hours of professional learning. What is the cost of doing that at scale? So that the district understands kind of the relationship between the goals that you are setting and the resources that are needed to achieve those goals.
Okay. if we go to page 7 and 8, I just have 2 more questions. If we go to page 7 and 8, it's emphasized that we're leading the Big 8 in performance index, strong early literacy growth, algebra growth, diverse program offerings, strong CTE pathways, and they're factually true, but the question is true compared to whom, in my mind. And I just don't, that's just a question that I kind of wanted to, I think we need to clarify in this particular strategic plan. And my last question / concern is on the graduate profile. And I like this statement. I think it's a great start. But I do have just some concerns about when we say every CPS graduate leaves believing, equipped, and then we say we have to enter employment, complete an apprenticeship. Does that say that they haven't completed the apprenticeship before they leave here, or they're just equipped with the ability to do so?
Some students may have completed an apprenticeship. What the statement is intended to acknowledge are the multiple economically viable options that are available to students upon graduation. And so it is not meant to define a particular path or say that all students will do each of these things, but just acknowledging that there are a number of things that the district would be excited to prepare students for and have evidence that they were entering into upon graduation.
Okay, I think it's a great start. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I appreciate your push on like, how do we measure these things, right? Because it's one thing to assert that this is what you want, but you ultimately want to be able to come back to the community and show evidence that you are helping students to achieve these things.
Board Member Mapp.
So thank you for the presentation, Akeisha, and I appreciated being a part of the conversation with the Community Advisory Committee this past Friday. And so I really appreciate the emerging themes and priorities that are surfacing, and it definitely helps to drive the decisions as we're talking about the budget conversation, as well as the levy conversation. I am curious to know, and I kind of mentioned this during our time together, as it pertains to the emerging themes of the consistent and instruction pathways and the coordinated student support, with those themes emerging, how do we work to bring light to those things working in tandem together? We recognize that both are essential and that they have to work collaboratively to, again, create those conditions for success, as we've talked about for our students, and also recognizing that this is a focus for the state as well with MTSS. And so I'm curious to know, as these themes are emerging, or will there be direction and conversation about how those two entities work collaboratively to ensure or to help support our student outcomes?
Yes, absolutely. It's a great question. As we move into the work of further planning these priorities and specifically planning for implementation, one of the things that we look for are dependencies. And so, where do two particular approaches need to be working in concert, and how do we plan for that? How do we make sure that the right departments are planning together, that we have the measures in place that make sure that we're really looking at implementation to ensure that it is aligned and integrated in the ways that we expect it to. It's why it's really important to have a broader range of leaders and team members around the table as we plan for implementation to identify those points of dependency and intersection.
Okay, thank you. And then it kind of goes along with the question, but just curious to know that you all have had a conversation with our audit committee, and I know that the scope of their work is kind of broadening as well. And I'm interested in knowing how can our audit committee help us in these conversations or lean into the instructional aspect just a little bit more. I'm wondering if you have any advice on how to support us in that area as we are doing the strategic plan process.
I don't have a response to that right away, but I appreciate the question. We have had a chance to engage with the audit committee and will continue to do so. And I am happy to work with Superintendent Murphy and Mr. Gustin to think about ways to kind of, I think what I heard you ask is to make sure they understand the strategies with an emphasis on kind of some of the instructional priorities and how that informs their work on the audit committee.
Absolutely. And just having conversation, I think that they do, if I'm speaking about like our internal auditor, they do a really good job with like the process aspect of things. And I know just being on the committee, I know that there's a huge level of expertise and knowledge. And so wondering how the scope of, the audit committee can help drive kind of, just conversation and decision as well with the instructional aspect to help support us in those academic and overall outcomes for our students. And again, nothing that needs to be addressed today. I was just definitely curious and just getting your perspective. And then just lastly, this is just kind of connected to what Board Member Moffitt, Vice President Moffitt talked about too. It's just, when I looked at this and we talked about the graduate profile, I think it's really helpful to see and have a vision of where we want our students to be. And I do like the intended impact, right? Because this is a collective effort. And that was one of the things that I mentioned, being able to see the collective, stakeholders come together to help support our students to get to that North Star. Can you speak to just, I guess, kind of the level of like buy-in and accountability from our different stakeholders in terms of how they maybe see themselves supporting this work?
We have not yet taken these draft statements back to the community yet, but they were informed by phase one input. And so in addition to asking in interviews and focus groups and surveys, what people saw as strengths and opportunities of the current state, we also asked questions about their vision for the district, what they desired the district to achieve and accomplish on behalf of students. And so that input informed both the graduate profile and the intended impact. What we want to do over the next several weeks is share these drafts and get reactions and feedback to how well these drafts speak to what stakeholders told us in phase one.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. And I'll just give a couple, three quick things, and then we'll certainly move us on because I want to give us time for the other important topics we have on our discussion platform today. But I want to first start up by just acknowledging that I think there's a lot of things within the strategic plan process that looks different than the plan. And I appreciate the steps that we're taking to build something that could be built upon and again and again and again as we go forward. And that is, what does a CPS graduate look like? The profile is something that we can keep striving in the future to keep growing further closer to that point. Moving ourselves closer to that point. I also think it's very important for us to acknowledge what is school district work and what is the things that a school district can do to achieve these goals and what is the things that we're going to have to ask others to walk with us on. And I think sometimes we create strategic plans for all the things that we as a district can do by assuming that if we do all of these things perfectly, we'll get to this result. When in reality, there are so many other community factors and so many other things that are there that if we have not brought them into the conversation to say our strategic plan has to be your strategic plan also, right? And I appreciate that fact that that's something we were striving to do with this, and it's something that we will continue to do because ultimately, there are a lot of factors within the city that make living in the city and making their way to school every day and getting through some of the different struggles and problems that some students will face, its own journey and its own issues that they have to walk into the school day with and manage. And so I think as much as we can call those things out and call out the ways to create opportunities through those spaces, whether it's creating job opportunities, whether it's creating community center spaces or other things that could be a part of the work that collectively creates a graduate profile, I think that's a great opportunity. Again, we have people knocking down the doors, trying to offer some services and offer their assistance to get us there, and we should utilize those things. The third point I will make is really, I think the work that we are doing here today and the work that we've been doing in this, and I appreciate everyone who's given feedback, who's allowed them into their classrooms, who's participated as part of the process in any way whatsoever, is and should be focused on making sure that our students are the most educated they can be. And I think one of the struggles we have in the state is, and especially a state like Ohio, is that we are kind of the big deal. That when we go to conferences, we tell others how to do it the way we've been doing it, right? And so sometimes when you're the person who's at the top of the podium at times, it's a little hard to learn from others in the ways that you normally would. And so I appreciate being able to bring maybe more of the regional concepts and regional perspectives as well on things that other places are doing and other ways we can advocate so that our state ministry or state legislature gets better, but that our public understands what we could be doing if we had a better state legislature. If we had better funding of our educational systems, what we could be doing, how much further we could be moving if we had those things. And so I would love for our strategic plan also to maybe touch on the things that we have, certainly the things we will do, the certain things we're focused on, and also acknowledging that we could have done this if we had better support, if we had true funding of public education, if we had these investments that we simply just do not have in this market. Because I do think that's one of the things that every district in our state of Ohio is facing, but I also think it's a worthy point for when we create a financial model, is that our financial model is somewhat limited to what can we actually get in dollars. That is, even if we're passing 12 new levies, we are still limited to what our people can pay for, what our community will support, what is truly out there. And unfortunately, that does not seem to be an increasing amount from our state level support. So again, I appreciate the hard work that's been done. I think the just recognizing reality that our regional markets may offer out other ideas or other perspectives that would be helpful in evaluating how far these steps are towards moving forward, how big or growth-based are these supports. So thank you, Akeisha. Again, I always appreciate you coming and talking with us and walking us through the process. I know we only have 2 more board meetings before we will see a finished product, and so I look forward to hearing more updates and all the great work that you, as well as Bellwether and Redcon, has been doing to help us build a new strategic plan.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be with you this evening.
All righty. Superintendent Murphy, Treasurer Guston, going to transition into another fun topic for the evening that should only take like 2 seconds. So let's move forward with the next presentation.
In addition to the treasurer and I, Mr. Guston, our information technology chief, is joining us as well.
Welcome him back from some much-needed time off. All right, so I'll get us started, Rob, if you go to the next slide. And I'll reserve most of this commentary for the levy discussion because it's probably fits better there. But just to remind people how we got here today is really changes that were forced upon us that will impact our revenue not only in fiscal year 27, but for the foreseeable future. And so, all this entire budget conversation, discussions, which are rightfully hard, have to be put in that perspective of flat revenue for the near future and increasing cost in pretty much everything. So,
So on the back of that, we have a relatively brief update tonight, focusing largely on primarily two responses and/or changes from our discussion at the last meeting. The first of which was there was a recommendation slash request that the public be provided the same information that the board had been provided regarding the list of items that were considered for reduction, but ultimately were chosen to be kept instead. So we've updated this slide so that it does reflect that same information that assigns the cost and a little bit more detailed breakdown as to what those items look like and what those investigations look like, as per the request last time. Next slide. The other significant call out is a change that is made to the recommendations not for funding next year, or from a reduction standpoint, the recommendation previously for a 6-bell day at 3 schools has now been removed from those recommendations. In lieu of those, that $1.5 million has been offset approximately by a $1.2 million additional ask from the foundation into the accounting of what we're looking at for arts and music supplies, materials, and resources. So as you note, between the recommended column and the not recommended for funding columns, there is now about a $300,000 shift from what you saw at the previous meeting. So that is the newest change that we wanted to reflect tonight. Next slide. That'll also carry through into the board budget book, has now been updated to reflect that change, as well as these two additional tables, more specifically the one on the right that summarizes those items not recommended for funding. And just to recap quickly, in that chart that shows the summary for central office reductions are approximately $32.1 million. Combining the school-based positions, both from those centrally funded as well as those allocated directly into the school budgets, is approximately $6 million in reductions. And then the additional 19.9 from additional items are those that don't fit cleanly into either of the 3 buckets because they cross multiple ones. You'll see that section is where now the 6-bell day has been removed and offset with that foundation request. And just wanted to recall this and bring it to the attention again, that with the school-based position table, this change in the recommendations does not reflect any changes or cause any changes in this table that you've seen prior. Next slide. Or with the academic network models that the superintendent outlined previously. Those will not be changing. There's no impact from this specific change. And that is the, sorry, those are the updates for tonight.
All righty. Questions from board members? Questions and or concerns from board members? Board Member Bolden?
Couple thanks for the update, appreciate it. I'm concerned, or I remain concerned, and I shared this some weeks ago, I still am concerned about the community learning center model being damaged. We tried last year, this year, to share resource coordinators, and I don't think that was terribly successful. It was an attempt. We're dealing with difficult things. So I remain concerned that one of the premier items in our profile as a district is the community learning center model and resource coordination. And I do recall that it was another opportunity besides sharing was the idea of the reduction in the year for the pay or what have you. And all of that is doing in an effort, like everything else, to save money. But I think that the cost is too great and the benefits of having full resource coordination, particularly when resources are so limited, is something that I would hope it would be reconsidered again, especially as we're holding ourselves up as people that are going to be training and teaching everybody else about community learning centers and resource coordination. I would hope that the administration could look and see if there is yet some other option to that. And I'm still not sure that every school has a resource coordinator because there are vacancies. And that, I have to be reassured about that. I have to be reassured about the efforts to embrace and include the actual Community Learning Center Institute as being our experts, not necessarily central office folks being the experts about community learning centers. So I really, that's a focus for me because that is board policy. And that's, we're right getting at the edge of even, that's an old board policy of which we're all proud. And I think one of the great defenders of that policy has been our superintendent over any number of years. But I don't like leaving the policy as part of the cutback. The other piece that is of concern to me is what has been mentioned tonight, which is I still haven't seen the contracts that we are not going to be following or issuing that could perhaps be cut. I just think we need more of a presentation from the administration on the contract piece. I don't think that's an unfair claim from the community. The other one that is of concern to me policy-wise is a policy, frankly, I was not necessarily supportive of, but I think I did vote for it. And it's much more recent than the Community Learning Center policy. It's the policy of 8516, which is the mental health and wellness policy. If you read through that policy, you have to really make sure, just like the Community Learning Center policy with resource coordinators, we cannot be deviating from that policy in these cuts unless we find real mutuality of understanding or we have a time frame for this or something. I mean, it's one thing to cut a program. It's another thing to adjust a board policy. And I think that's why we've had so many, an outpouring. My final thing besides the contracts and CLCs and worrying about this mental health and wellness policy, final thing is I think that we need to address to a certain extent how any of this is going to get messaged and how any of this is going to be part of whatever final decision for the budget is going to be. Because we have to be able to adhere to what we've committed to, whether it's here for kids or whether it's the vision and the mission. So those are my topics that I'm concerned about and still want the administration to address. Thanks.
All right, Board Member Armbruster and then Vice President Moffitt.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. One, I want to thank everyone for coming out for what I believe is the third meeting in a row. I hear you, I see you. I'm not reaching out to you to meet with you because I don't think you're valuable. I know you're valuable, and I know what you do is important. So thank you for spending your time with us every other Monday. I have asked for a few different alternatives. The first one being the technology, which we've been through, was not a viable option. The next one was iReady, which I was told a portion of is curriculum-based. So again, not a viable option. The next one was a previous meeting where if you go back to slide 3, it was the last 3 items on here. And at the time, I had these numbers, but it wasn't up on a slide anywhere, so now everyone can see these numbers. I would like to ask for the superintendent or Mr. Guston to go through those options and reiterate why they are not viable solutions at this time, because I think I asked, and it would be helpful to have a public response to that.
Yes, ma'am. So on the dissolving Riverview East Academy, When we made the decision to move some of those students to Mount Washington, we did make a promise to the staff and to that family, those families and the community, that the kids could matriculate through and graduate. This upcoming year would be the final group of seniors, and so we essentially want to keep what we said we would do. And it was, I believe I can say jointly, administration and the board agreeing that that was the right thing to do. So we decided not to consider that in a proposal to you this year. The mileage and parking, I do understand that it seems like a simple thing and that people are more important, but we have schools that don't have school parking lots, and we have to pay for the people to be able to have a place to park during the workday. So we needed to be able to keep that. We didn't want to try to say that would be a staff responsibility or an additional burden to them either. And then the third one, eliminate the elective and diagnostic benchmarks. Many of our current goals and guardrails in our strategic plan rely on data that comes from those benchmarks at this time. While the next strategic plan that's currently being written is not complete, I would imagine that having that formative data is going to be helpful to us more so than not. And let's just say it wasn't just based on the goals or the guardrails, just to be able to have that information to understand if we're on track for our overall instructional goals, I think is still important.
Thank you. I just think it's important to have that conversation out loud since I was asking that question out in the public. So like Vice President Moffitt said, I do struggle a lot knowing the importance of chronic absenteeism and the role that social work plays in that, and the overall wellness and mental health of our students and the focus we have on it moving forward, and then our current reality. It's like mind-bending to understand how we can make these cuts knowing the importance of the work. But I have looked in every line of every spreadsheet. I have asked for every other alternative, and I don't know where else to go. And I'm at a loss at this point. I also am at the realization that the longer we continue to talk and not take action, the more these people have to sit here and listen to us just talk and not take action and wonder what's going to happen to them. So I've been asking for us to make decisions so that they can at least know what's going to happen for a while now. And I would ask my colleagues that we can make the tough decisions so that these people can have their answers, because I think that's the fair thing to do. I don't want to have to make the terrible decision, but we're going to have to. And I think the longer we sit around and talk about it, the more these people suffer.
All right, Vice President Moffitt.
So thank you for that. I was looking at slide 3, not the budget book, because I think the public is seeing slide 3 around the choices that were considered and kept. So I appreciate you bringing us back to this particular slide so that the public can see that there were options that we don't have presented. I do agree that we need, I am supportive of a levy. I'm going to say that right now. I don't know the amount. I've asked for a plan, particularly because I'm glad that Bellwether has given us in writing that over half of our students are experiencing absenteeism, and it just doesn't make sense that we're cutting that. I also received the PBIS report which I thought had some validity. And we have another email that there were still options that were there. So I'm very concerned about cuts to students, cuts to student-facing programs, people that directly it will impact our academics. But can you show me the evidence? Can you point me to a Treasurer Augustine and Superintendent Murphy? This is not for you, Jeremy. What is the evidence that demonstrates that reducing the counselors, the social workers, the psychologists, and the other support staff will improve our student outcomes? I understand this is a very difficult decision, but I want to understand, I want to publicly hear how reducing that, knowing that Bellwether said that we're having some grave issues, is better than cutting. We're not making any cuts to Hamilton County. We're not making any cuts to contractors. I want to ensure that we're not going to be cutting people and then replacing them with Hamilton County contracts. I haven't seen that in any sort of presentation, and it bothers me that the administration, you two, sit with the strategic planning committee. You sit with all this data before we do, and much more engaged. So you're very familiar of the gravity of some of this information, and contracts are still being had. We still got positions open that you all are proposing to potentially fill at the same time that we're cutting people. So I am with you. We need to make some decisions, but I also am going to go back to the request that has been made multiple times to the administration for alternatives. That's why I want the public to see what some of the alternatives were, and I understand safety. I do. I really, really do. But I want our kids to continue to grow. We have to continue to support our staff. We have to continue to keep our staff and our students. And I just want to be assured by you all that that's going to continue and we're not going to have a setback. So can you point me to the evidence that says we need to keep these contracts? We used to do KPIs on contracts. We used to judge contracts based off of the return on what they offered to us. And I know we've had significant conversations around, we're in year 2 of this contract, 2 of 3, maybe we can cut this back. Did I miss the contract presentation? I may have missed it.
You did not miss the contract presentation. Those contracts that were referenced, Hamilton County and Dream Builders in particular, those are entitled dollars. And what we have been doing is trying to close the gaps around our general fund. There are some things that can be paid for in the title dollars. We feel that we have exhausted to every extent possible. There are some things that if you have them in your general fund and you try to put them in the title dollars, then you create a supplant situation. So we're conscientious of that. The other piece for me that's a big deal about the title dollars is in both of those cases, there are instances where we have said the instructional leadership teams, those schools, they decide what they want to do with their title dollars. And so I don't want to take those decisions from them. There was a time when they were given a checklist that said, you can choose among these few things. And there was heavy pushback not that long ago. And so that is the conundrum that we face. Dr. Moffett, I don't have any data for you that says any of these cuts are going to improve student outcomes. I just don't.
Oh, I believe it.
And I don't know, I was just with Ohio 8 last week. I don't know any superintendent who wants to cut. I would be pleased to be able to keep the full complement of our staff. But when you have in 1 year $2.5 billion in the state of Ohio being redistributed from public education, I'm preaching to the choir because I know you know all this, but this is just the reality. $2.5 billion in 1 year being taken from public education and then being redistributed so that rich people can send their kids to private and parochial schools. I'm not sure what to do with that. When you have a state funding formula that people said, oh, it's going to be okay, maybe we're going to be able to exist with that, but you have new legislators who come in and say, in a blink of an eye, a snap of the finger, no, we're not going to do that anymore. You're not going to be funded fairly. When I was in grad school, Ohio did not fund public education fairly. Year after year after year. I won't tell you when that was, but it's been a long time. I'm not sure what to do with that other than to keep writing emails, making phone calls, go up to Columbus, trying to educate people, have forums like we joined in with the unions to do, to educate people about what's going on, what is happening, and what we have to deal with is nobody on this dais' fault, but guess what? It's the job we have to do. We don't want to cut anyone. We didn't enjoy having those conversations last week. We didn't take pleasure in writing the letters that we had to write. But the fact of the matter is, billions of dollars from public education taken away from us, and the funding that we're getting this year is at a certain percentage from the state. It'll be lower next year and lower the year after that. What are we to do?
I completely agree with you. I do not envy the position that you all are in with regard to making cuts and suggestions. It's a very difficult decision, and I appreciate all of the time.
And Dr.
I think it
Moffitt,
would be very fair, though, for me to, since we've been reminded of our responsibility as board members, I think it's very fair for me to ask the question around how do we ensure that students with these cuts are going to at least maintain where we are? And that's a you all question. That's why I continue to ask that question with fidelity, because I'm concerned, but I also know that that's a question that I think that the administration
and
should
I
have
think
to
it's a fair
answer.
question, and I do appreciate the question. It's something that I think about probably every day. If you ask me what keeps me up at night, this is what keeps me up at night. And I will tell you what I'm hoping will come out of doing the strategic plan is not only what you saw today, but that the financial analysis will say, Cincinnati Public Schools needs a levy. Cincinnati Public Schools needs a levy. We need money, pardon me, and it's nice to be able to think and dream about what we could bring for the children of our district, but we need money just to operate tomorrow. And that is something we can't wait. It is critically important because it's not going to just poof, the magic dragon. I think there was a slide last meeting that said our budget is, the central office budget is maybe 14% of the rest of the district, the entire district, 14%. Where do we I have to think holistically about our school district. And I was not that long ago a building administrator, okay? And I did that for almost 20 years. And I respect that, and I haven't forgotten what it's like to work with counselors and to work with school social workers and to help kids and families get out of crisis. I have not forgotten that. And so I am hoping that this strategic plan, it seems like it's beginning to show, to your point, that we need these positions. But if I don't have the dollars to allocate to do everything we need to do, my hands are tied.
I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate it, and I don't want to minimize or dismiss it. I do want to ask the question around cutting social workers for our students. And are we able to utilize in any way title dollars to maintain those social workers? I'm asking the question.
I believe it's true that if we have school social workers in our general fund, if I try to put them in title dollars, help me, then I think that is illegal. I believe it's true. I'm not able to do that.
Okay, so.
Can I jump in here?
please.
Yes.
Thank you.
You did great. Yes. It would be we do have social workers in title dollars. We have attendant social workers. That is a position that schools are allowed to choose. An individual social worker is quite a good chunk of a school's Title I budget, I'll be honest. But just to kind of give some numbers. I went back and looked at the Hamilton County contracts.
Okay.
Don't think anyone here is going to say I'm a fan of Hamilton County, but I went and looked at the contracts, what we do. We do about $2.75 million a year in contracts
for what we'll call coaching, data coaching, CT coaching, et cetera. 1.12 million of that is non-publics, right? So those are non-public schools, so all we're doing is passing the money on. So we have no control of that. They've made the choice to go with Hamilton County, we're passing those funds on, right? We're basically a fiduciary agent for them. The other 1.52, that is CPS budgets. There's 30 separate contracts, all of which use federal funds, mostly Title I, some people school improvement. It's 28 different schools. So 28 different schools have chosen at some point to do that contract. And they range all the way down from about $6,700 all the way up to $209,000. So they're across the range. 16 of them were entered into this calendar year. So what that tells me is, as schools are looking at their Title I budgets, they're finding spots where they need to spend money, to try to get impact. And we don't have a setup right now, and we could, to try to boost fractional employees into those positions. So I think part of this conversation is, there's two parts to the budget, right? There's how you allocate the money. And with Title I dollars, we don't have a ton of choices. Title I dollars are meant to be school allocations that schools choose to spend. Fortunately, we have an ILT system, an LSDMC system that gives a lot more input to the communities, the school communities, and how those dollars are spent. That's a key part of what we do in Title I. But we don't have a lot of, there's a formula. We have to stick to the formula or else we're breaking the law. So we stick to the formula, the schools get their budgets, and we work through those things. A lot of schools have reading coaches, they have reading specialists, they have math specialists. They do a lot of other things, PD, field trips, and supplemental materials. All those things get built into that title budget. But schools did have an attendant social worker choice. I think if we opened it back up for them to re-choose, you might see some choices there. But part of budgeting is how where the funds go. The other half of that is how you implement it, right? So those are also choices. If the board says don't use these vendors anymore, the board can certainly direct administration to do that, and we'll follow those wishes. But there's two sides to where the money goes, especially, and this is title dollars, and then what the choices are to be used to spend. And the superintendent brought up a couple of years ago, we had a very strict choice on title dollars. There's a very strict flow chart. And we got a lot of pushback from the school community saying that flow chart doesn't meet our needs. And every year since then, the superintendent's guidance, we've relaxed those rules, and we've made it much more if you think this is a need, here are some choices you can make.
I get it. I still, I do completely get it. And I think the public doesn't really understand the whole title, general fund. We're talking apples and oranges, but we're all talking fruit, so I do understand. That'll be my question for now. I have another one later, but that's it. Thank you.
All righty. Board Member Matt.
Thank you, Jeremy, for presenting the updates. For me, I want to say, starting out, thank you, Board Member Bolton, for your present support of the mental health and wellness policy. I appreciate that. I know it was I appreciate the support. And, I still stand where I've been for the past few board meetings pertaining to the school social workers as well as the school counselors. And the reason being is, again, I've advocated continuously about recognizing how essential the work is, and also wanting to make sure that I honored and supported the vision and the focus that you shared with us when you stepped into the role as superintendent, which was around honoring the whole child. And I'm very knowledgeable about honoring the whole child, recognizing that that's also my scope of work. And so as I've had conversation with you, when we talk about what our values are, there has to be guiding principles that align with that, and the behaviors and the actions that align with that. And I think people are having a very difficult time, including myself,
being able to process and understand the decisions and the rationale beyond, yes, again, we know that we are in a significant challenge with our finances and we have to make decisions, but where do those priorities lie, right? And so when you're talking about making budgetary decisions that does not support the values that you shared with us, it becomes very challenging for us to kind of reconcile or understand that. And so I have asked regularly for you to provide us with what the plan will look like, what the plan will be. And we have not necessarily received a plan as to how to make sure that we're supporting our students when it comes to mental health and wellness as it pertains to the reductions that you're considering. I still don't agree with them either way because I know that, again, a 0.5 school social worker is ineffective, a 0.5 counselor is ineffective. And I've shared that with you because I've been in those spaces to have to see that work being done, right? And so given the fact that there has not been a plan communicated, there has not been any evidence communicated, or any data that's been shared on your end as to why this would be a strategic plan, people are having a very difficult time processing that. But what we have seen is that Bellwether Consultant has let us know today, right, with their emerging priorities, that this is very important. We've had a presentation from Children's Hospital that we're seeing a decline with our chronic absenteeism rate. We've had presentations from our Director of Positive School Culture about how we're seeing improvement with our discipline data, how we're seeing a decline, again, in that absenteeism. And so those are the things that we're looking for when we're talking about what is the evidence or how do we make these decisions. And so my decision is going to be in favor of where the data is. And the data is speaking that these are essential supports and resources that we need in our schools for our students. And so, I want to highlight that while I recognize that the city was also going through their budget process, and while there may be things that people may not agree with or that I even agree with, what I did appreciate was understanding where their priorities are, what they're going to actually fund. I don't see that with this budget conversation. I see that we're getting to, okay, we need to cut here because we're trying to get to a number. I'm trying to understand what your priorities are with this budget. So if we're divesting in one area, well, then what does that mean in terms of where the investments are going to be made?
So my mission doesn't change. Who I am and what I stand for is still the same. But right now, I have a deck of cards, and there's only so much in it that we can do. We haven't added to take away from. We haven't taken away in order to add to another space. So we're not saying we're doing these cuts in order to grow something else, some new initiative. I think for me, the catch-22 right now is we're in the midst of this strategic planning. It's not a done deal. It's not finished. We haven't gotten to what are all the strategies. We just are seeing the 4 areas that they are saying should be considered priorities. That is just being revealed. We have more work to do.
Absolutely, but when new information unfolds, right, does that help to change the direction in terms of the decision-making process? So if we're seeing consistent data and evidence that says this is something that's in fact working, do we still stay the course of what the initial decision was, or do we use that new information to help our decision-making process?
I just think, Ms. Mapp, I don't have a choice. I think this screen that's showing right now show other areas in the general fund. These are options. I don't think these are good options.
So are these the only options? Or is this an exhaustive list of what is reflected in terms of potential areas
If you go in the
in the
budget
general
book,
fund?
if you go in the budget book, you can see the overall. And if you were to say or think, do more in this area, I don't think that there's more to do in the other areas, as you can see spelled out in the budget book. Areas where we didn't touch are on this slide here, 3. I don't think these are good options.
Okay, so,
We talked about $1 million from school security. I don't think we should do that. We talked about merging schools. I don't think we're ready to do that. May we have to do that soon? Maybe, but right now, I don't want to do that. Charging kids to participate in athletics. I don't want to do that for Cincinnati Public School kids. Maybe other school districts can do a pay-to-play. I don't think it's a good idea for us. Our team, and it's not just Shauna, this was discussed as a senior leadership team. We thought we should keep our promise to the Riverview East family to let those young people graduate from Riverview East Academy. And that's to credit to the Spencer community and Nina Giannacchio, pulling them in. You heard about a shared resource coordinator. Yes, all those, we're doing what we can do to limit other things that are not attractive to us. The walk distance, we can talk about that, but in the past, I've heard our board say, we're not interested in that either. And I shared before, in our surveys, we feel safe at school, and that's a credit to every staff member in those buildings. I don't take that away. I deeply appreciate it, and most people know me as being the biggest cheerleader. I want to clap when nobody else is clapping. However, what we do here in the statements, in the surveys, is while we feel safe at school, we don't feel safe necessarily to and from school. And so I am not really interested in proposing to you a change in the walk distance. If you were to say to me, our feeling about that, Shauna, has changed, okay. Eliminating metro transportation for our high school students is $3.3 million. I just don't think we should take transportation away. And this is what we have to work with. So Ms. Mapp, it's not me saying I don't value school social workers or counselors. I understand how you deduce that. I understand, but that's not how I really feel. And I understand the commentary about your budget shows your priorities. I don't like or agree with the options that we have at this time. I believe in order to operate to the level you expect and want us to operate, we have to have new money. We don't have enough money to maintain where we are today, to maintain where we were a year ago, 5 years ago, before the pandemic. We just don't have those dollars.
recognize all of that, and I thank you for going through the different examples. Yet for me, if there's been concern from several members on the board and we've been asking, well, what does this impact look like? What is going to be the effect of these decisions? And that has not been communicated from you or the administration. To me, I internalize that as, well, we're still making these cuts and we have not considered what that overall impact will be. And so if we're being expected to make decisions based off of the recommendations that you all are providing, and I want us to be grounded in that. These are your recommendations to us. And so I'm not in a position of supporting certain recommendations when I know that it is going to have a detrimental negative impact directly to our students and to our staff, who is going to also need support in doing that work.
Ms. Bell, I understand I don't have your support. You have said that from day one. You said this last year when we talked about school social workers. I hear you. We did try to go from, we had what was the original number?
It's the counselors and social workers.
We did, and that meant that we took from somewhere else. I don't know how much I can take from other places at this point and still be able to function.
Has there been consideration? I know that you talked about the contracts. I was one of those that proposed looking into that. Thank you for giving the, kind of the breakdown of what that looks like. Has there been conversation about other positions that's not directly student facing? Has there been conversations about,
I appreciate that we have a number of employees that have retired and are rehired now. But if we're trying to maintain certain positions, I don't know if we've looked at the full breadth of
We have looked
where we
at
are.
retire, rehire. Earlier today, you heard testimony that suggestions have been given to us. We've not ignored one suggestion. We have dug into suggestions. We produced for you the retire, rehire list, I don't know, maybe a few weeks ago. A lot of those are in the schoolhouses. Other positions, paraprofessionals. We never have enough paras, and so we don't want to cut there. I mentioned security assistants. Don't think that we should cut our safety and security. We left that alone. Other positions in the schoolhouse, teachers. We talked about teachers. There was a question raised about class size. Last year, we talked about class size. We tried to lower it last year in the budget. We weren't able to get that done. I believe that we are where we need to be in terms of the number of teachers we have on staff, because we have added in the last 2 years additional teacher allocation committee sessions. In the past, we've done teacher allocation in October. The last 2 years, we've done them in August. We've done them in the spring. We've done them in October. I think that we have right-sized where we need to be with teachers. And so you don't see that as a recommendation coming from administration, and that's why. Other positions, I don't know what else to say.
If I could just piggyback, sorry. Yeah, I think the last couple of years, we've made the easy cuts. You know, the easy cuts, the non-visible cuts, but there are definitely cuts in this budget to non-student facing personnel. I know I had to have riff conversations with 5 employees from the treasurer's office last week. We're a lot of central office departments. I mean, we're rolling back about 10 years of progress in the treasurer's office. And it's painful, and we feel it, and I think other departments are there too. And so yeah, I think Ms. Fricky said it when hearing the public, but no one shows up for those folks. Yeah. But we've made a lot of painful cuts, and I mean it's going to be rough next year. We're asking a few people centrally to do a whole lot, and we're hoping that we can maintain the best we can.
I appreciate that, and I am, it's not in opposition, right? I am thinking about what that direct impact will be. The last thing that I will say is, as it pertains to the school counselors and the school social workers, I was really impressed by the proposals that were shared from the Positive School Culture Department. And my ask is for you, Superintendent Murphy, to work directly with the director to see what, conversations can be had. But again, I'm not in support of cutting the school social workers or counselors.
So I'll give my thoughts here, and then if there are others who would want to go around again, we'll give you a brief chance to ask maybe 1 or 2 questions so we can move forward. I think what we're seeing today, though, is why this discussion is so freaking hard. There is no easy solution anymore. There is no easy cuts anymore. And we exhausted a bunch of these contracts, easy cuts, over the last 2 years, instead of making any programmatic changes, instead of making any real substantive changes. We are now at a central office that is at 14% of the budget. It's the smallest it's been in almost a decade. And we're gonna ask the central office to still be able to do everything that we expected them to do with the full set of staff. So we're gonna ask the central office to be able to process every new employee the same speed with less people in HR. We're gonna ask for every bill to be paid and to be accounted for through the treasurer's office with less staff. We have done a lot to really try and hit as few places directly as we can. And I think that's why this is so hard. I think that's why none of these decisions are easy. Again, we could talk about walk distance, but even when we talk about that, we know parts of our city, even a 1-mile walk radius is probably not the safest. I watch the reality that we have some students who walk along major roads to go to that 1 mile, or folks who cross major streets to even do that 1 mile distance. So when we look to expand it, when we even talked about it before, there was such pushback against that idea and that concept. So I think there's no solution where you offer something out that is like, if we did this instead, everybody would be okay with, or it wouldn't cause harm. I think what we're now left with is, which one of these options do we believe causes the most harm? And I think board members have to kind of vote their conscience on that, of what they believe is, whether or not they will support it or not. I don't think there's a point where we can kind of say there's something else to give up, right? Like there's something else that if we just didn't do it, would work differently. I do think as we go forward, and as we have discussions about where we move forward to after this year, I think that is why it's so crucial for us to start this conversation very early for next year, because I do think if we're going to even make a point of giving a levy and the other things that would come with that, we still have to be able to operationalize the results of that levy. What we can't simply do is say we're going to put a levy on and then we're going to keep the exact same people and that's all we're worried about. It's that we have to have a message, and I think we'll have that discussion shortly here, but from our budget purposes for this year, it is just extraordinarily difficult to keep asking folks to do more with less. I think that is 100% true. And we could start to make the real conversation about saying we're just going to not do stuff, and that'll have an effect also. That won't be as appealing to some families who choose our district. That might be problematic for some folks who say, this is why my child is successful. I wanted to maybe just ask kind of one question about one part, though, that's been raised. You kind of actually already hit on a bunch of the stuff that I was going to ask you. So in the course of this conversation, especially with our Title I dollars, again, and even those, let's be honest, we're seeing attacks at the federal level about Title I, Title II, Title IV, Title III. These dollars are not sacred, even at the federal level. So the more we keep trying to pile into those things, the more likely we are to face those cuts as well. And these next couple of budgets out of the administration, not next year's, but the year after. Because again, that's how federal dollars work, is that they allocate for a year and a year above. The struggles that we have seen in the last few years with regards to taking funds out of central office, we've traditionally said it's central office dollars, but part of those dollars are also dollars that are spent on people in the school building that are just centrally funded, right? So we have staff that are centrally managed or centrally funded traditionally, that were part of those discussions of things that we've historically over the last couple of years made cuts in. Are we seeing that pattern in the expectations going forward, that we would be doing something different under the newer model that we've talked about with regards to the network model? Like how would that be shaped by some of those same things that we've had to deal with in the past with regard to positions that are central office funded or central office covered, but that were in the school building themselves?
Right, yes, that's exactly what this network model is doing. So right now, the positions that we have in there are already budgeted from central office. But this is going to give them the direction to work directly and immediately with the schoolhouses. As we continue to grow this out over time, you'll see more and more of that happening. There are plenty of opportunities where there are staff members in central office or types of work, I should say, that could join and be a part of these networks to give more very dedicated, pinpoint support for each of our schools. One of the themes, this will come a little later, that you heard from Bellwether that really resonates with me is this unequal access that is still happening, and making sure we're creating the conditions for learning. And I think that resonates most with me, no matter what it is that we're talking about. And I think the more we can do with that sooner as opposed to later and start moving in that direction, the better off we'll be in order to change our culture, working with the resources that we have available to us.
And then my second question, and this was really recognizing that we have things like, for instance, we've deferred maintenance costs. They're not in this budget. In fact, we have some maintenance things that people have been begging us to do, like Woodward's track, that we are still not doing as far as this budget. But we have tech costs. We have other things that are all part of these things that we've continuously kept saying, we're gonna eventually have to pay for these things. They don't just go away. I think that's another thing that we may need to address in whatever levy discussion we would have as we go forward. But I think in this particular budget, we are still not covering the deferred maintenance costs that we know we need to do in large part above just the general maintenance, correct?
I think this is kind of the minimum that we can do. So,
Yeah.
the other thing I wanted to go back to your earlier point, because I think this is one of the kind of old ways of thinking is like our federal funds are budgeted. You know, as we came off, and that hasn't always been the case. And I know the folks who've been on finance committee know there were times where we really had to work hard to spend our federal money. You know, we tried hard. That is not the case. You know, since the end of ESSER, we've strategically moved things, you know, into Title I, into Title IV, to support operations of the district. And those funds are full. So just always remember, anything we move into those, you're also choosing not to do something else. You know, it's not like free money out there. It's budgeted for things. And so again, you're having to prioritize.
And then my last point that I just think is worth us stating, again, we made a choice last year on our renewal to pursue a renewal because we felt that was what we've committed to the community. That's the amount we committed the community to, and we felt that was an honorable thing to do, which it was. It was absolutely. But I think we also recognized that we also made other commitments in that process that we knew were going to come with costs. And at some point, those costs have to be paid, right? And it's not easy. It's never going to be the best thing in the world to do. But it's not like we went into this blindly thinking that, you know, nobody's costs won't go up next year, right? Like no one's made those decisions at that point. We said that was our priority. That was what we thought was the most important thing to do. And I think that's ultimately what we'll have to do here. None of these are great decisions. None of these are decisions that we make with that understanding that everything will be rainbows and roses afterwards. But there are hard decisions that ultimately at some point we were going to have to make. And the longer we kept putting them off, the harder they became, the more deep they became. I think our goal is always going to be that we ensure that our students feel the least amount of that, but we recognize that ability to say they will never feel anything of it, we lost it a couple of years ago. And so that's just the reality we're living in right now. If there are any folks who have one or two questions that are really short, I'd like to keep us moving, but I see Board Member Mapp and then Vice President Moffitt.
Yes, just a clarifying question for page 7 on the networks. Well, one, have the curriculum manager positions already been eliminated, or I didn't see it on the budget.
Yes, yes, ma'am, the curriculum managers at this point, I guess one person decided to retire, and then 3 are going to become assistant principals.
Okay. And then, so on this network model, for each of the, I guess like under the assistant superintendents, I see additional supports, Montessori, career coordinator, behavioral specialist, 2 career coordinators. Are those positions that, are those like current positions or roles that we already have within the district, or are these positions that we're creating?
So in the high school network, the 2 career coordinators and in the middle school for career coordinators, what we're talking about right now is repurposing current CPS employees. In the, would you ask me about Montessori supports? There's already a Montessori coach, and as hopefully tonight, you'll move to approve the director.
Okay. So again, so these are positions that are current CPS employees. These are not contractual.
These are not contracts.
Okay. And then a final question, if I can, just real quick. Can you talk about I asked this question before. Again, when I look at the networks, I see silo work. I'm just looking to hear your perspective on how this is going to help create that cross-functional scope of work and equity across the district and in our decision-making. Because again, looking at this, I just see these entities or these people just sharing out their perspective, but it doesn't necessarily maybe work in a collaborative scope.
So the collaboration broadly is going to come. There is a day of the week that they will all come together to talk about the work, to talk about what they've seen in schools during the current week and what they need to do to move forward the following week. Training will be provided to the people based on the strategic plan outcomes, based on our report card indicators, and based on what schools say they need to be successful, based on what we find in the one plans in the upcoming school year, based on what we see with our MTSS data. So they will all be working together as a cohesive unit. But the difference moving forward this year is that the support for schools will be deeper because there is a much more focus in the schools, the type of schools, and the need for the schools moving forward.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Vice President Moffitt.
So I just want to clarify, Treasurer Augustine, I think you're probably better poised to answer this one because I can't answer it. It's being asked of me. So attendance social workers and PBI social workers are paid out of title, right?
Attendance social workers are paid out of Title I. That's one of the school positions that a school can choose. PBIS social workers are paid out of Title IV.
Okay. The question is, could we then use those title dollars to hire more attendance and PBIS social workers to assist with the decrease in the buildings? Since they're paid out of title.
If the schools had title funds, yes. I know, we've talked about, I don't think we've really landed on allowing the schools to redo their title allocations. Unfortunately, it's probably pretty hard to get an ILT together, in the current month. But we've talked about that before.
Well, so I'm going to finish asking my questions, and then I was told that there was some adjustments that CFT was able to concede with the ILT. But hold on, one more clarification. Is it only supplanting if we don't have a general funded social worker in that building?
I don't think it's about the building.
It's really about they're different, they're different job titles. They have slightly different, different job descriptions or different positions. The attendant social workers are focused, focused on attendance. They have some different criterias, and that's how we set those positions up so there wouldn't be a supplant.
Okay.
I think, it's supplanting is tough when there are budget cuts, and sometimes when there are explicit budget cuts, it's a little easier to say. Unfortunately, the other side of it is, if you're cutting every social worker across the district, very clear you're not supplanting, but as you cut some, you have to really be careful about the formula you use.
Right.
The thing you can't do is create a formula that looks like, because these schools have more title dollars, they're going to go and use title to pay for that same position. Sure. That would clearly be an issue for us.
Sure, I understand. And then we used to do school-wide polling. So someone asked me that question, and I came into the board when we were kind of getting out of that. So can you talk about school-wide polling and why the district doesn't go back to that, since title funds at schools could be combined with general fund and then the title rules would no longer apply?
School-wide polling has a long history here. We've been in the pool, we've been out the pool. We are finally out of the pool long enough it doesn't mess up our monthly financial reports. Because when we go backwards in time, it's like, where did all the general fund staffing went? A school-wide pool. There are benefits, there are pros and cons to each. I think people think school-wide pool is easier in some ways, just because you kind of pull all the money together. It's different than it was back when we did it. The rules are slightly different. I know, honestly, the states kind of pushed it. I think part of their resource allocation is they would like to have, they would like people to go to school-wide pool so they can use less resources. But you still have to do a lot of the same work. You have to decide which funds to pull into it. There's a lot of decisions, and I think back when the decision was made to come out of the pool, it was very explicit so that schools could see what the title dollars were for.
Sure.
Schools could allocate those title dollars very explicitly, and it was kind of part of the way of showing, because title dollars are meant to be an equity measure, for economically disadvantaged schools. And so it was meant to be very explicit to show, okay, here's title money, here's what that is doing in this school.
Right, well, we have Bellwether giving us a summation that we have some equity issues even with no school-wide polling, so I'm just considering other options to kind of keep us together.
I would say that is not a July 1st sort of thing. It would take us, it would take a year or more of planning to make that switch if that was the board's will.
Gotcha, and my last, what I'm being told is that CFT could do an MOU so that we don't have to reconvene ILTs with regard to overriding some of our concerns. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I do think that there's some flexibility in an effort to try to keep and maintain what we're seeing and board members have expressed are some concerns. So I just wanted to make sure I asked those questions because people have asked me and I just can't quickly text those answers. But if we have some partnership and collaboration with our union partners to maintain some of the things that we're showing concern about, I hope we definitely would explore those too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Bolton, quickly.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate my concerns about resource coordination, but also now I'm close to having a heart attack at the thought of having school-wide pooling reintroduced. It took me a decade to live through that pooling experience. And if you ever want to be able to know as a board where our dollars are being spent or not spent, you will never want pooling. It is the only people that understand where the dollars are going to be about 7 people in the administration. And we sit here and it's, well, okay. So pooling, no, please, no. It's a 4-letter word to me.
All right. Yep. Well, I think we have had substantial discussion there for the last hour on this topic, so I think we have exhausted for our administration here. So let's move on to our next topic. And so as we come into the next presentation, I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent and treasurer, but I want to give just kind of a little preamble of explanation here and understanding. The point of this discussion is to bring forth the topics to the board. I want to make sure that we follow regular order. Regular order is that we get a recommendation from Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance has a meeting prior to our next meeting. So my hope would be that we have a discussion, we give our priorities and thoughts, Budget and Finance comes back with their recommendations to the board, and in our June 22nd meeting, we can have an official vote of the board to move us forward. I want to do it this way in part because I also do believe we should follow regular order. And the more we get away from doing regular order, the more we start to find ourselves in positions where we're having to answer questions of what we mean by or what happened when. So I offer that as our preamble to the discussion that I will now turn over to the superintendent and the treasurer to get us started on.
All right, thank you, President Craig. Rob, if you'll go to the next slide. So a lot of questions about levies here that we're going to try to answer some of them and try to have some discussion to fill in the bits and pieces here tonight. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent. I'm going to get pretty geeky, get into a lot of numbers and very technical things, but I think a better way to start is to let her kind of discuss the vision, and her part will be more positive, I'm sure, than mine.
Thank you, Michael. So I was specifically asked about what the plan would be should there be a new money levy. And I will tell you, there had not been previously submitted a plan because I really thought that the assignment was to work with Rice Educational Consulting and Bellwether Consulting to create the strategic plan, which is, I thought, then the vision for the new money levy and a recommendation about that new money levy possibility would be coming from that strategic plan. But in working with Rice and Bellwether the last several months, it's been a joy. And I am gleaning from this not only what I would love to see from our school, for our school district, but also what I have heard board members, community members say to me in particular. There seems to be some interest. And so this is an opportunity for me to take advantage of this, being able to speak on this sooner as opposed to what I thought would happen. I elevate, as I said a little bit earlier, the thought around creating conditions, amazing conditions for the young people of Cincinnati, and what are the things that we need to do in order to help the young people be successful, and where there are at least perceived thoughts that there are some unequal access points, what can we do to eliminate that reality for people? And so I just wrote some thoughts briefly and put them in 3 pillars. These are not in any particular order at all. And this is thinking about the work that has been done with Bellwether and Rice around this graduate profile and around the idea of what are going to be priorities that you saw a little bit earlier today. So the first one centers around this idea of student-centered equity and mobility, where we want to make sure the work that we do pre-K-12 translates after the kids graduate and they leave us, so that we want to make sure they have high wage, high demand career and technical pathways presented to them. This is a carryover actually from phase 3 of the growth plan. So that really is not a new concept, where in the past we talked about adding cosmetology, adding automotive, and there's a plethora of additional things that we can do based on community interest, based on workforce demands, based on what our families and our students are saying that they want. Where we have those opportunities lie in many spaces, but in particular, I dream about Jacobs Center and Heinel property and Woodward Career Technical High School and more. The second one would be the opportunity to expand upon what we are experiencing right now. Last week, we opened the Montessori Lab School at Bramble. And I had a chance to go over and visit and see what they're learning and hear the instructors. And I know that there are opportunities for our community learning centers, and people come to see them all the time. Every year, there's someone who wants to visit. Most recently for me, Columbus City Schools, including not only their superintendent, but also members of their city council. And so beginning the architectural development of the Jacobs Center as a multi-purpose district anchor, where we could provide training about what's in demand and what's popular and what we excel at. Montessori, Community Learning Center, nature-based education, preschool. Vera Brooks and her team have done great work with preschool. I have people, when I go to Ohio 8, ask me all the time, how are you guys able to be successful with preschool? The state doesn't give us money for preschool. How are you doing that? We have great people working with us and a lot of support from our community with our preschool promise levy. The third one has to do with extending and improving academic outcomes for young people, and what are the conditions that we need to put in place to make sure that they have those things, so that we excel in literacy, in mathematics, in critical thinking, in speaking, in writing. How can we get our young people? We get very excited as they are earning associate degrees. How do we do more to make that the norm? As they continue to earn college credits, so that much of their college experience is paid for well in advance because of their experiences in Cincinnati Public Schools. So much more we could say about that, but I believe that that's going to come through this graduate profile that Bellwether talked to you a little bit about. I do not want us to forget about the things that we have done so far without any new money. But I think that last year, the gains in instruction on the state report card in 15 of the 20 areas. I don't want to talk about the raw data for fiscal year 26 yet, but I will say I'm extremely excited about it. I think it is a real deal to be number one in achievement among Ohio 8 districts, and I'm super excited. The kindergarten readiness score data and the improvement was shared in a recent board committee meeting. I love the ideas that are coming out of the Innovation Council, and I do want to return to the concept around the 22nd Century Conference. There are opportunities there where we can be leaders. We took it upon ourselves to expand our gifted seats, our classical seats, our Montessori seats. The Montessori Lab School, when it was at Xavier, they came to us. They wanted to be a part of us. And I think that we should celebrate that. I'm super excited about the training center, as I just mentioned. Continued partnerships with the University of Cincinnati are just absolutely amazing. And Rob, it's not on the slide. The welcome centers, because our Hispanic-speaking students and their families are critically important to us. The city asked us to work with them to expand public service. Create, which we did at West High, and then expand, which we did this year at Withrow University High School with the criminal justice pathway. I want to continue that. Sometimes people aren't talking about entrepreneurship at Woodward, but that went so well this school year that young people from other schools across our district are going to be able to attend. The college innovation pathway. I have had people ask me from outside of Cincinnati Public Schools, how do you do that? How do we get a partnership like that with Cincinnati State? Well, we're expanded this year to Sailor Park, the Zoo Academy. Yeah, I think there are more opportunities for more seats, but we did at least open it up for other young people who are truly interested in that type of experience. The humanities and social science programming at Pleasant Hill. Wait till you see their raw data if you haven't. The AI Implementation Committee. Yes, we are doing things around reducing screen time. We hear the parents, we hear the families who have concerns around that work, but we also want to make sure we maintain utilizing AI in a way that is the right way to do things. That's not the word I was looking for. Our Business Advisory Council is a 4-star Business Advisory Council. Check out the other Urban 8 schools and see where they land. I'm very pleased about the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council and the newly created this year CPS Edge internship program, where we have young people who are partnering in our communication office, in our facilities office, in our legal department, connecting our community's mobile engagement unit. I'm so glad Ms. LaRonda Thomas loves to drive that thing because she's everywhere. This year, we partnered with all of our directors to create our district-wide asset map, so we know where we have gaps, and we know where, when people come to us and want to partner, hey, here is an opportunity here. We opened the RAP and the Safe Sleep Lot. In 1 month, we served, I believe, 66 students. And I want to tell you that I believe 23 of those children are 5 years or younger. Oh, my goodness. We did create our 6 middle schools. We were able to successfully, a couple of years ago, close a $32 million budget gap, a $51 million gap, and we will darn near do everything we can to close this $60 million budget cap. There's so much more that we together as a school district, working collaboratively, bringing people to the table, having the support of the board, have been able to do. I look forward to doing more and more and more. Thank you. Oh, Michael.
And that's why I wanted you to do that slide.
I was happy to do it.
Appreciate the energy. So now let's talk about how you fund that. How do we fund all these things? No, that's great. That was wonderful. Rob, if you'll go to the next slide. So talking about how we fund it. So whether we want to admit it or not, we had a revenue strategy probably from about 2003 to about 2025. And it had 4 main pillars. First pillar was property taxes. We had a mix of continuing fixed rate levies and emergency levies. Time-limited emergency levies, it kept us really well. I mean, emergency levies were infrequent. I would say 8 to 10 year gap between new requests. There were new money requests tied to new programs. Preschool Promise is the most recent. There's one way back talking about class sizes, but the district went and asked that they were doing something new, and the community supported us. And the other side of that was we relied on our continuing levies, inside millage, and eventually the 20 mil floor to give modest increases over time. State aid, we also saw, once the Fair School Funding Plan was in place, we saw increases in state aid. The unrestricted, that was phased in. So this Fair School Funding Plan was phased in over a series of years. It started out like 33% and moved to 100%. We also saw increases in categorical aid because of our changing student demographic. Categorical aid is economic disadvantage, students with disabilities, English language learners, gifted, and students doing career tech programs. So traditionally, we did well in all those categorical areas as well as our district's enrollment grew. Our other funding sources were TIFs and CRAs. Those are based on property taxes, so as property values rose and property tax collections rose, we saw those same increases. Those are property taxes by another name, right? We're billing people for what they would pay, or we're getting those monies from the city or township. And then we have a very robust facility master plan going all the way back that we've continued to pay down that debt. We did the master plan, we took that debt and we've paid it down. From time to time, we've used COPS issues to supplement us. Again, all that worked up until this year. And if you go to the next slide, Rob, property tax reform and changes in state aid changed the whole picture. And our model is invalid at this point. Now the House bills and property tax reform, the biggest one was 186, which included emergency levies and the 20 mil floor calculation. That moved us off the 20 mil floor. And we'll be off for a long time. Also limited inside millage increases. So property taxes are not going up unless there's a passed levy. Like our property tax revenue will stay flat for pretty much as long as we look out there. At the same time, Fair School Funding Plan has now gotten off track because the state selectively did not selectively chose to use old cost inputs and brand new wealth inputs, which kills any district because you're using old. The formula is unbalanced. Our state share drops, and I think Superintendent Murphy mentioned this. We used to be in the high 30s, low 40s. We're at 31% now. It goes down to 23.8% in fiscal year 28. So remember, when DeRoff was passed, it was a state share across the state was like 47%. So we're at like half of that. We're at half of constitutional, or half of unconstitutional, I guess I should say. It's so bad actually that our district goes from being a formula district to a guarantee district. So what we're getting from the state, and I think Policy Committee heard a little bit about this on Friday, what we're getting from the state is really tied back to what we got in 2020 and 2021. And then finally, our other funding sources, they're also, dependent on property tax values, and so they're going to be the same. So all of this to be said, and if you go to the next slide, Rob, our revenue outlook for the next 4 to 5 years is just a flat line, and you can see percentage increases, are less than 1%, and honestly, they're less than half of 1%. So without that, next slide, please. Without that, we basically are in this situation that CPS will be forced to continue our annual cycle of reduction. So as rough as this year's levy conversation is, without new funds, this will be an annual process in perpetuity. Key programs get cut deeper and deeper. The risk management organization we have, risks are going to be expanded. There's going to be less resource to cover those risks. And anything that's non-legally required that supports students could be at risk. Or you get to a point where the only things you can do are those things that are legally required. That goes without saying, though, in the same boat, our ability to do new things is going to be extremely curtailed, right? There just will not be a resource to do new things. And Superintendent Murphy talked about a lot of great new things that we're doing or in the works, but, new program offerings, expanding in-demand seats, fulfilling things our community wants, even increasing operational efficiencies, all those things become at risk. It takes a little bit of money to get operationally more efficient. I mean, I can tell you examples in the treasurer's office where, a little bit more resources would allow us to get more efficient, but you have to have that, you have to be able to make that investment to start. Next slide. So when to throw this in, so, we had a conversation, we had Bellwether present, and we talked about it a little bit, but the real key is Bellwether's going to develop a series of financial plans, starting from no new revenue, and then going kind of upward from there. But remember, less revenue means steeper trade-offs. So the things strategic plan, it's harder to trade things out to do those. We're seeing that. We're seeing that now. As we're trying to make trade-offs to balance this year's budget, it's very difficult. Or you have to slow the implementation of your plan. If you have less resources, things that would have been a year 1 or year 2 are now a year 2 and a year 3 or a year 4. All right, so now to pivot a little bit, let's talk about our current levies. And I want to bring up two of them this slide. We've seen a lot, but I want to focus on the ones that are circled there. The bond levy, which is going to end in 2031. And then also there's an expiring emergency levy at the end of 2029. Next slide. So I would ask the board as we talk about levies to think not of one levy, but think of 3. So to think about a now, what do we need now? And I would say now is operational funds for current needs and near future needs. A current levy kind of allows the launch of our strategic plan and also allows us to have money to build frameworks for longer term things. In 2029, we will have an emergency levy expire. Emergency levies aren't a thing anymore. Thank you, state legislature. So we'll have to do something with it. It could become a 5-year fixed sum levy, or the board could choose to do something new. I kind of think of this as going to be a referendum on our strategic plan. By that point, we'll have 3 years of strategic plan data, to go out and make a case for what that levy should be. And then the final part is the end of the bond levy in 2031. The nice thing about that is it gives the district opportunity to look for capital needs for the next 20 to 30 years. And these are literally 20 to 30 year outlooks. So part of the now, between now and then is, doing the deep planning to say, where will our students be? Starting in the 2030s, what will they need to do? What will their classrooms need to look like? But the ability to use that expiring bond levy, to do a new bond levy, allows us to do a lot without really any impact to the taxpayers, which is a benefit. And I think we'll get a lot of goodwill from being able to say we finally paid off our facilities master plan. That is not a done deal. There are a lot of districts across the state that have really struggled to get to the end of the facilities master plan. They've underestimated, they've made changes, and they're scrambling as it gets longer to try to finish those things. Next slide, Rob. Wanted to throw this slide up. This shows our debt. So our facilities master plan is about $30 million a year. And you can see through the fiscal years how we pay it off. The other relief we will have, the unvoted debt, so that's mostly COPS and some other bonds, is we start to get relief in that in 2032. And you can see by the time we get to 2034, there's only really one issue left. Unvoted debt is covered by the general fund. So that will be some general fund reduction. When those numbers go from 22 million to 1.5 million, that's going to be more general fund money we have to dedicate back into staffing, into program, to those sort of things. Unfortunately, you're not really going to see those benefits until 2034. All right, so shifting a little bit, let's talk about specifics of a levy, if you don't mind. So we have a few options available. Again, emergency levies aren't an option for us unless we have a declared emergency or we're in fiscal emergency. So you have current expense, which are your fixed rate levies. You have the school district income tax, permanent improvement levies, and bond levies. Our needs currently are operations. So that kind of limits us to the top 2 on this slide. Next, please. So going back to some work that we shared with the Finance Committee, starting kind of the beginning of this year, is the Finance Committee asked us to do some sizing scenarios, which we've done. So you can see them here. It's nothing new, but we did 4 different scenarios. If you go to the next slide, Rob, you can see in there the millage amounts. These are all based on a 5-year levy duration. Part of that is kind of this new levy strategy without regular reappraisal increases. I'm going to ask the board to think about a 5-year block with the idea that in the first 2 years of the levy, we're going to actually increase our cash balance. We're going to take in more than we spend. The idea that you break even in year 3 and you spend a little more in years 4 and years 5 than you take in. But the idea is over the course of those 5 years, the financial plan, works, and it allows for, regular step increases, inflationary increases, those sort of things. But I like to think of that 5-year block. And again, the first couple years, you're going to put more money into your cash reserves, and you're going to spend it out on the tail end of that levy. Next, please. So just to kind of pull it together, and I've used this slide last year for the renewals. So obviously no official recommendations here, but just as through conversations I've had, especially at finance, just kind of narrowing the options. Current expense seems to be the most popular. A 5-year limp seems to be the most popular. And then I just put the mills out there as some of the scenarios. Obviously, we can calculate any millage the board would want. Between those, I picked the 2 middle numbers. We need all 3 of those things in order to have a resolution. And just to land the plane, I want to just go over the resolution process. So you need 2 resolutions. The first one's called a resolution of necessity. That starts the process. That gives us the authority to go to the county auditor, and they will do the calculations of the millage and the amounts for what we want to do. Board can do more than 1 resolution of necessity. So if there's if we're not sure which numbers, we can ask the auditor's office to calculate 2 or 3. Traditionally we don't go higher than 3 because it's a lot of work on their thing, but you could certainly give them 2 options and have them calculate both of those. And then the second resolution is a resolution determined to proceed. That is the one that actually puts it on the ballot, places it on the levy. Use the net resolution of necessity as a basis for that. You have the deadlines there. Ideally, at this point, you do the resolution of necessity in June. Ideally, you do the resolution to proceed in July. It gives us a little more time. I mean, the drop dead would be August 3rd. I'm hesitant about that. So one of the things in all of this property tax reform is the ballot language has changed. So we have new ballot language. It looks at percentages instead of millage. It looks at dollars based on, instead of assessed values, appraised values. So there's some changes there. Obviously, we have folks who help us out with those things to make us do it right. But it would be nice to have a little more time, in case there's any issues with filing. So I think that is the kind of levy presentation we have. There's a bunch of stuff in the appendix if we need to go into it, but I think we could probably stop there.
All righty. Questions from board members, or questions or thoughts from board members? Board Member Armbruster.
I'll start. So if you want to go back to the slide where one more, I think, yeah, here. So I also want to reiterate, I do support a levy. We need money. It's very clear. Where I am still trying to wrap my head around is what and how we ask. My biggest concern is, as Brandon mentioned before, our facilities maintenance. And it is the least enticing thing to talk about with the public. So it's not what I want to lead with on a campaign, but it is something that I want for us to consider very heavily as we're considering this specific slide. So if you go back to the scenarios, I'm concerned when, maybe one more. Yeah, here. So those millage amounts are only going to do 40 to 30% of our facility repair plan if we ask for those amounts. That's deeply concerning to me. We have buildings that desperately need repairs, and 3 years from now, I don't even know how many more of those buildings are gonna need that repair made. So just from the offset, I am concerned that the administration is not formally recommending, but is understood to this point that that's where they feel we are leaning to go. I also would love to have an open and transparent conversation about what it would look like to do an earned income tax. I don't know. I haven't seen data. I know from the May elections, it didn't seem to matter if it was a property tax versus an income tax. They seem to have a pretty similar fail rate, we'll say. So would just be interested to see if the administration has had any feedback from the general public on what the difference would be as far as support on income versus property tax, especially given the effort, whether it will go anywhere or not, but around property tax elimination around the state. So those are kind of my two initial thoughts, is deeply concerned with the proposal not even covering half of facilities, and would love to hear more about the option for income.
So I'll start with, I guess the one piece of news we didn't discuss is the group that is looking to abolish property taxes announced that they are not going to be on the November ballot.
Totally fair.
So
I just want
that pushes
I want everyone to know, though, there's this wild and crazy idea that property taxes are not a long-term solution in the state of Ohio. So adding more property taxes as our solution might not be a great idea.
That definitely, we've had those conversations. I know finance, we've had a couple conversations about that. Property versus income. I mean, that's the thing. If property taxes were to be abolished, then everyone's doing an income tax, right? And so the state really has themselves in a bind. I mean, I think it's definitely worth a discussion. I will say, looking back at the May results, property tax levies did a little better than income. I mean, it was 21% to 33%. I mean, that's the one thing that's really hard to judge is where people's minds are going to be in November. It's not a spot I feel comfortable prognosticating, but there are advantages to both. As far as the facilities repair plan, and that's kind of what we did, the sizing scenarios, and happy to say, what would it look like if we funded 50%? But there was some strategy to it, we talked about it, the idea was, again, this idea of get to 31, get to 32, is if we can do some of the facilities repair stuff, and again, the original plan was a 5-year plan, but some of it would have been hard to do all of it in 5 years, even if we had all the money at once. So the idea was to make it turn into a 5-year plan into like a 10-year plan, with some of that new bond levy money, maybe a bond levy, permanent improvement combo levy, then funding, the rest of those facility repairs.
Board Member Crossett, and then Vice President Moffitt.
Yes, it's interesting. There's a slide before this one. So, not that, maybe it's after this one, I forget. But I think that the idea that real property taxes are going to go away in Ohio is an interesting opportunity because we would have to turn to an income tax. The whole state would. And I kind of feel like going to an income tax might be a one bite at the apple opportunity strategically. In other words, when we go for it, let's go for it all rather than take it off in chunks. And the reason for that is an income tax, if we go for it all, get one bite of the apple, it might enable us to be in a position where we don't have to go back to the public very often, where we are right now. So just the strategy thought that we've talked about, something to think about.
Vice President Moffitt.
So like I said, I've been in support of a levy. I provided the superintendent and the board with some information around the Children's Services upcoming levy as well, so that we could potentially position ourselves to win. I want us to win a levy. I don't want us to be like other districts who try and fail. I happen to have asked people while I was campaigning last year because that was actually something that came up a lot. People were for and against the levy, and overarchingly, people wanted an income tax levy because they felt like it was dispersed more evenly than just property taxes. Property taxes were hitting our retired and elderly homeowners heavily, and at the same time that they were getting hit with revaluations. And so it felt like income tax would be something that people really, really, really wanted to support, because they said it felt like it was even. I don't know if it's true or not, but it said it felt like it was even. And so I really wanted to get more information about the income tax levy piece. I know at the time that I had asked about it, City Council was talking about that as well. So I'm curious to who else may be putting on an income tax levy. What are our odds for an income tax levy success? Have we done that research? Those were some of the questions that I had asked about. I'll ask you all my questions. I know that we are going to be paying off our COPS and within 5 years. And so that's a great thing, but is it possible to have an income tax and a COPS for facilities, to repair some of our facilities levy, like an income tax levy and a COPS levy? So we could like maybe use some of the income tax levy to fix part of our buildings, but then knowing that we would have a COPS levy in the future. And which leads to my other thing, that I think we need to partner a levy discussion with something to help it pass and give people energizing hope. So I've always suggested the Oaks, but if we were to do can we do a multiple levy? Can we do an income tax and a COPS?
So, okay, so a couple things there. There is a slide in the back of this deck about income tax success in May. I know locally, I think Mount Healthy was the one that was successful. This was probably their third or fourth time to put something on the ballot. So that was there. As far as just terminology. So when we talk about COPS are always funded out of your general fund. COPS is actually a strategy if we wanted to accelerate some of the facilities repair stuff. We could take some of a new money levy and do a COPS. And basically what you're doing is you're doing a short term, you're basically borrowing, so you get a bunch of money now and you pay it off over years.
Right.
You know,
That's what I was thinking. But
there's not a specific levy for that. It's just part of your operating levy. So you take some of your operating funds and say, we're going to do a COPS issue. If you want to do a levy specifically for building repairs and that sort of stuff, that's probably a permanent improvement levy. And you can do some combination levies, though I would have to look, all that stuff got changed as well. So like what you can combine into levies. You used to be able to do a lot of different combinations: income tax plus permanent improvement, income tax plus bond. Again, the property tax reform kind of changed some of that stuff to the point where people were trying to figure it out in May. So luckily, there's been an election cycle where people, got all those pieces down, but we could look and see what's still allowed as a combination. I think one of the things people say is don't put two separate issues on one ballot because the chances are both will fail. Because it's too hard to message both of those.
Right.
And honestly, doing a combination can be hard to message too, because your ballot question goes from this much to this much.
Sure.
And then people start saying too many words, something's wrong here.
And I start to see too much and I get confused myself, so I get it. So would the administration be suggesting, are we not even talking about cops right now? Or we're just talking about levy and then maybe a cops? Because I was thinking cops for the facilities maintenance.
I think a COPS conversation, Dr. Moffitt, is a different issue, but we're happy to engage in that.
Well, I was only thinking about entertaining a small amount of that conversation now because that determines, if that's something that is even possible, we could ask for a specific amount with the income tax, knowing that that's an option. So that's the only reason I was thinking about it. And that's probably the chair of budget. She always talks about cops, so I was just thinking.
I like cops as much as I hate pooling.
But I was thinking if we were to, is there a limit with the sales tax? With the income tax levy? Like, how do you determine the amount?
So traditionally the way it's done, and actually kind of legally the way it is once you actually determine your property tax amount first, which is kind of weird, but you determine your property tax amount first. County auditor certifies that. Then you give that to the Ohio Department of Taxation, and then they calculate a percentage that works back to what you're trying to collect. So if you said we want to collect $50 million, say as a number, you give that to the auditor's office. They say that's X amount of mills, and then they give that to the Ohio Department of Taxation. They will come give you a percentage that all comes back to you. So it adds another step into this process, which is another reason why it's so important to do something in June, because it adds a couple weeks to the process to get something on the ballot.
I got it. So I am for an income tax levy because I think it will pass more, just basic. I didn't do any formal surveys. I just have been polling people. But I also would like to know, based off of the memo that we received around the voc ed with the Oaks, how that would fit in that, because you have to do a resolution, your board has to do a resolution, their board has to do a resolution. Superintendent Murphy's already spoken with them. And I understand full well that that would not be something that would immediately start, but I did hear feedback from the public that that's something that they want. I also think that, and I've looked at it from a satellite perspective, and there's a bunch of different options that the administration could explore. But I was thinking as a means to assist and give the public some hope and some, hey, this is what we're thinking creatively. How does that process work? Because they get a certain percentage, right?
Yeah, I think there's two kind of visions there. There's becoming part of the Oaks, which I think that memo kind of laid it out. But the Oaks has a 2 mil. They have their own 2 mil floor, kind of like we have a 20 mil floor. They have a 2 mil floor. Mm-hmm. So that gets added to our tax rolls and goes to them. So we just. Basically the joint, and then citizens can do an initiative if they want to propose it, right? Because in default, it raises everyone's taxes by 2 mils.
Sure.
To then fund the Oaks. And then the other option is, if we're trying to build our own version of the Oaks, what does that look like from a millage perspective?
Yeah, well, we've been building our own version, but I'm speaking specifically around that one. Would you add that to an income tax, or does that have to be to a fixed?
This is where I might ask Dan Hoying to help me out here, but they are a property tax-based entity, so it would add to the property taxes. They don't have an income tax.
Gotcha.
And like I said, I don't think you positively put that on the ballot. It's when you join, then it gets added to the tax rolls of your district.
Okay.
And citizens can petition to put it on the ballot to undo it, but it's not something you explicitly vote for. Is that right, Dan?
Correct.
Okay.
Good,
so
thank you, sir.
You got it. So could we, in essence, increase our ask by what that amount would be to cover that? If they were gonna take it off of our tax roll in any way?
We'd probably lower our ask, right?
Well, I'm
I'm just
saying.
thinking, I'm thinking that if we wanted to join the Oaks,
It's two.
that's gonna be 2 mills.
Right.
That's then gonna go to them. And so if our play to the taxpayers was, here's how much more we're asking for you, we would decrease our ask by 2 mills so that their increase would be what they were expecting, I think.
So I think my question is, I'm just gonna speak numbers, they don't
Yeah.
mean anything. If it cost us 2 million and we were asking, I'm just saying, if the amount,
It's not 2 million, it's 2 mills.
I
on
understand
oh,
that, I'm
sorry.
saying just a number, I'm just using
Yeah.
a number.
Yeah.
Okay, let me use 5. If it costs us 5 million, if the 2 mil value is 5, I'm just saying whatever that millage value would be. Could we increase our ask to compensate for that, or no?
We don't need to. So there is a provision of Ohio law that says if to join an existing joint vocational school district, which is what the Oaks are, both boards would have to pass a levy to approve that. And then if not opposed by the voters, there's no vote that's taken beyond the 2 boards voting. We would then become a part of the Oaks, and our property tax, our voters would all see an increase in their millage of 2 mills on their property taxes.
Okay.
It's not, there's no
I was
other,
trying to-
yeah.
There's no vote.
We don't need
I
to
understand what you're
pay
saying.
something separately. That would go on our property tax.
Okay, so
So
that's what you mean
so
by
if that was
decrease.
part of a bigger request, we reduce our ask by 2 mills.
Gotcha. To
Knowing that
compensate.
the property owner would see the Oaks 2 mills plus whatever they approved for us on their bills.
I got it, okay. Well, I kind of wanted that explanation publicly because people have asked.
Sure.
And why we don't have a relationship with that, so now they'll see, and that's still a possibility. Well, I think it's valuable. 36 other districts are doing it, and so I love the fact that we are really being creative. But I think that there's benefit for us and them, and our students deserve some of the things that they can get. So that was my question about the income tax and the COPS piece. Thank you.
All right, I saw Board Member Mapp and then Board Member Bolton finish out our first round of discussion here.
Okay, I will not be long at all. I thank my colleagues for the questions that have been asked. I think that it's really been helpful in rooting us in the conversation. Treasurer Guston, I really appreciate the presentation, especially slide 10 in terms of the 3 levies. So you're setting the tone of where we are and what we need now, and also providing that strategic lens of how we begin to look forward in terms of the levy conversation. So I want you to know that I really appreciate this and how we make decisions as we move forward as a board. And I also appreciated the sizing scenario. So thank you for that. Superintendent Murphy, I wanted to make sure that I was clear, and I want to say that I do also support a levy and recognize that there is definitely a huge need as we've talked about the lengthy budget discussion and the fiscal challenges that we are experiencing. And I know as a collective, we all talked about, in putting a levy on the ballot, what would that plan look like? And so I'm just really trying to make sure that I'm clear as to what maybe you're recommending in terms of your vision for the future and how this aligns with what the strategic plan information is, what that emerging information is reflecting back to us. And maybe I just had a hard time digesting it, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding the connectivity. So if you could just share some information about that again.
So let me say that the strategic plan is not yet complete. This is super preliminary. But what I'm gleaning from what I have heard from Rice and Bellwether thus far, not complete, and what I would like to see, as well as what I've heard from others directly, these three pieces coupled under making sure we create necessary conditions to be able to do these things. So essentially expanding our career and technical education portfolio. Secondly, thinking about the training that we have, that we've started this year, and that opportunities that we have to excel in training areas and bringing other people to our district because of the things that we do well. And the third is, of course, around academic outcomes for our young people.
Okay, all right, so what I'm gathering is you're saying that it's still directly aligned to the information from the consultants and the listening sessions that they're conducting, and you're using that information to kind of help drive
Yes,
the
ma'am,
direction.
without
Okay.
trying to get ahead of them, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you. I do want to share our board member Lindy's comments, if that is okay. I do know he shared with the full board as well as with superintendent. I know he shared that he had a conversation with you as well as Treasurer Guston about his thoughts and reflections on the levy conversation, and I let him know that I would share that out as well as Board President Craig. He said, "Dear board members, treasurer, and superintendent, because I am out of town this evening and cannot join the board meeting, I wanted to send this summary of where I am with respect to a proposed levy. Point number one, I am open to supporting a levy if we can meet 3 specific criteria. As I've shared before, 2 things are true about this potential levy request. On the one hand, there are real reasons why CPS needs new money. Example, costs increasing faster than revenue, long-term facility maintenance needs. On the other hand, there are real reasons why a voter would reasonably oppose a new money request. Example, decline in 3rd grade reading results, a goal to be in the bottom third of the state in Algebra 1 improvement, resistance from CFT to the effective use of high-quality curriculum, a growth plan that has not led to enrollment growth. It's also a tough time to make a request for a tax increase. Costs are rising for everyone, and there may be several other tax hike requests on the ballot this November. A recent Inquirer article described the many local school levies that failed in the May primary. For all of these reasons, I am only able to support a new levy request if we can make an exceptionally strong case to the public that we have a strategy for how more resources will lead to stronger outcomes. Specifically, for me to vote for a levy, 3 things will need to be true. A, we have a clear short list of the 3 to 5 strategies that will pursue with increased funding that will lead to improvements in student outcomes. B, the board and administration have committed in writing through board resolution to the effective implementation of those strategies should the levy pass. And C, CFT commits in writing to supporting the effective implementation of those strategies should the levy pass. Point number 2, I cannot tell from tonight's presentation if we are on track to meet those criteria or not. On the one hand, the strategic planning update is highly encouraging. Specifically, the proposed priorities on slide 18 come very close to laying exactly what I was trying to describe under A above. On the other hand, I am highly concerned about slide 3 in the levy presentation, A Vision for the Future. This slide doesn't reference the strategic planning process at all. Rather, it appears to be an entirely new set of priorities. It also lists literacy and math outcomes near the very end of the final pillar, when this really is the core responsibility of the school system. And finally, point number 3, between now and the 6/22 vote, we need to get clear on whether these 3 conditions are satisfied or not. We have a few weeks until the 6/22 meeting, which is when the board needs to take its first vote to put a levy on the ballot in the fall. We need
A coherent, aligned strategy from the administration that shows how new money will be used to drive improvements in student outcomes that flows from the strategic planning process. B, a resolution of support for that strategy from the board. And C, a written statement of support for that strategy from CFT. If we can get there, I will support this levy and campaign hard on its behalf. If we can't, at least for my part, I can't in good conscience support a request for additional taxpayer dollars at this time. Ben Lindy. So just wanted to share out his regards around the levy discussion in the event that he wasn't able to be here tonight.
All righty. And I know that the statement was shared to the superintendent and the treasurer beforehand, yeah, and then was asked to be shared out to the board afterwards. So, Board Member Bolton.
Prior to that reading, I was kind of hearing a consensus evolving about positivity about the need for a levy. Board members individually are not in a position to make demands. We don't make demands. We serve and we work together. I have no doubt that Member Lindy is going to be supportive of the levy. And I appreciate the general order piece of us going to the Finance Committee and our Finance Committee, interesting as we all are, and we have the entire financial team in the same room, and the superintendent, and we have our union leadership in that room together with us. I look forward to us being able to put together a recommendation, and I appreciate the confidence that being expressed for both the budget recommendation, but most particularly, I would assume, for the levy piece. So it sounds, a couple things have been of great interest to me, and I'll do it as quickly as I can. I would like to see more of the facilities piece be here, but I also know we're going to have to probably ask for less than we really want or less than we really need because we desperately need it to pass. And so I'm intrigued by the Vice President's concept of COPS, not only because I like that, but indeed that could help us get to where it would be like a 50%. It's because the COPS are not voted on by the public, but you can't get it unless you've got good credit, good bond situation, which currently we do through a lot of work by everybody. But we probably have to review the facilities plan because you can't use COPS in all of our buildings, only in the ones that we haven't already used it in. But that at least gives us a little bit more opportunity to address the facilities piece, and I think that's interesting to me. I liked what the treasurer said, that we have to think of 3 levies. If and the one might be here in November 26, and then there's this renewal piece in 29. And we'd have to find a new way to do it or something. And then the 30-something when the FMP gets paid off. As a person that was, of course, Julie Sellers doesn't think that unions exist in the suburb school districts, but I think I was a teachers union president in the district that was either the first or the second district to put in an income tax, and that's at Wyoming. And it's a big ask. It's a correct ask, and it was fortuitous. It is, we have to get to an income tax. And eventually, that we have to. Not just because of the people that are in Columbus making bad decisions, but that it makes more sense. And it is a shared burden more than the property tax. I don't know, but we'll talk through this in finance and come up with it based upon what the superintendent and the treasurer talk about with us. we might be under a kind of a clock problem of being able to make that kind of an ask this quickly with so little time to put it together, but we have to get there eventually. I like the COPS thing. I like the short-term, fixed-term piece that you're proposing. And I think whenever we do this, we have to, part of the plan, it would seem to me, would have to be addressing with the public that this is our long-range plan. That we're not just asking for these next 5 years, but we're able to ask about the next 5 years because we've really been very good, contrary to all these cuts we've had to make. We've been financially stable and all this other stuff, and if you think we're doing badly, just look around because everybody's doing much worse if they're an urban district. But that would be, we would tell people about that levy and explain it, but that we're getting to the FMP or getting to ultimately some kind of income tax when we have a better track record instead of 3 years of continuous cuts, maybe 3 years of a strategic plan, and maybe is enough money that we're not spending all the time cutting. So I think we'll encourage people to participate in the finance meeting and give me some food for thought about the COPS piece. I also, considering some of the other things that have kind of appeared recently, financially too, it might not be a bad idea, and I said this to the superintendent earlier today, it might not be a bad idea to kind of review our facilities master plan, maintenance plan, and what was all the reasoning about it and all the costs and what have you. So this is good stuff, and we'll do our work in finance, and that I'm treating that as an assignment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Eventually?
Yes,
Okay.
it will be.
When we vote on it or when we say it's okay? Thank you.
So I'll try and give some quick comments here to be short because I know we were late in the hour here. And I just want to know, someone told me earlier today we were going to get out at 7:30. So I'm not going to blame her. I'm not going to blame her. So three things that I just want to say really quick. One is I think this idea of linking this as the first step towards what our district could be and can be fits both within the idea of the strategic plan model for these next 4 years or so, and where our district's moving towards in 25 years and 30 years. But I think most importantly, I think we should attach it to the idea of this bicentennial, a larger capital fund project where we're trying to drive dollars in from a donation aspect to work with our business community and others to really spell out, like, in year 200 of the district, we have done all these things to be prepared for the next 200 years of a district. And I think that's a message that's very different from what other districts across the state are able to do, but also realistically what other regional school districts are able to do within the tri-state, or I guess even like 5-state area here, that is our little Midwest section, because so many of the school districts that are larger are coming out of things like receivership. So many school districts that are larger are still trying to figure out how they want to model education that is not micro schools and these other things, right? And so we have a chance to be that pillar within this area. And so I think to that point, this could be that first leg of that. Way we phrase it out, way we think about it may require us to identify something more specific and concrete that attaches to both the strategic plan's direction for the district, this longer term goal to be kind of that education capital of the Midwest, right? And this approach that says our students are learning differently, but our students are needing to learn. And I think that's a model that would be a great way to add on to whatever we're selling out there to folks, because I think it taps into this idea that for the public to own this concept that CPS is the best thing out there and will be the best thing out there for the next 200 years feels a lot different. I also recognize that that would allow us to do some things that would connect in to allow us to pay for some stuff in a different way if we had something like a bicentennial capital project or capital fund that might also allow us then when we come in and say we're doing the repairs on the buildings, that we're able to focus some of those efforts that way, that if we wanted to do a renovation of Jacobs, that that's all part of that concept. That doesn't also mean we would be necessarily pulling that money straight from voters in that same way. Like, we're going to be doing so many other things in that way, it looks more global. Second thought I had is, I love the idea of us attaching also to that strategy the 3 different levies of consideration. I more importantly think the final levy should be about what is the district going to do for those 15 years afterwards to maintain that also. So I want us to be very cognizant of, no matter what we do for even this levy that we're going to do now, that we're thinking about how much of that levy do we want to actually fully use out in the way, and how much of that levy do we also want to put into things like our cash on hand? Because I do think we need to be paying very much attention to our ability to pay our bills on time. And so, as well, we have a board policy that said we were going to make our way towards having cash on hand. So, but it really is about looking at that aspect of this process too with our levy, is that being able to operationalize it in a way that still honors the things that we've committed to in the past, as well as honoring those folks who are working in our district, honor those students who are coming in every day, honoring those parents and families who have committed their kids to us, and then also honoring our past and our future. So like all of those things can be done in one big thing. And then the third thought I had with regards to this, and I think this is why some of these conversations are better served to somewhat be fleshed out in committee, is that I don't have a strong preference between income versus property tax. I recognize neither one of them outside of us has had the greatest of support in the communities, but our tax levies actually have passed at greater levies and greater rates than almost everyone else in the area, in the state, to be quite honest. So our voters are different. They're just different. But I think that strategy, that thought process can be fleshed out a little bit more in the committee, and they can also provide those options to us as a board for us to then vote on. And so I definitely do trust the committee to be able to do that process and do that work. What I would maybe encourage in that conversation, which is, I'm sure will happen, is that we also think about, as we make that commitment, what are the like 1 or 2 things for the next levy? So that 2029 levy, are we really thinking about just doing that as the same amount, or that could be, so like where we coordinate that a little bit better? Because I don't want us to be sitting here in 29 and quite honestly, well, I don't want the folks who will still be here in 29 sitting here in 29 trying to have that conversation again about whether or not we want to go more or less, but that we have a plan that then it's very clear to voters what we're doing. So when they go to vote, they feel like, okay, I know where you are going this, I know you're going that. So those are my just 3 thoughts on that little aspect there. Vice President Moffitt.
I am going to support a levy, but I also want to put this bug that we need to think about the bicentennial, but we need to grow. We need to offer something that our students want, that our families want, and that's not necessarily, we have to be innovative and creative. And so as we talk about levies and as we talk about requesting money, I asked people specifically, so I know what a few people said, but I do think it's prudent to say that our students are not the same students that we had in our seats 5 years ago, let alone before that. And so we need to consider offering the public and students something to be drawn towards. And so to me, we can't take growth of the district and enrollment out of it. So I completely love the idea of celebration of the past and the present, but the future is definitely different for our students, and we have to think about that while we're talking about asking for money, because those were some of the questions that I was asked. You know, well, what are you guys going to do different? Those were questions that I was asked, and I specifically had to answer that. I don't know if anybody else did, and you all that are running, in the future will have to, but people are asking us to do something different.
All righty, well, seeing no other mics lit up, I think we have some guidance here on that and had a good discussion around that. Let's go to our last presentation of the evening so we can get to the other fun stuff that gets us out of here.
I wanted to share with everyone the end-of-year sentiment that has been shared. Some of you may have seen it because it is out on social media, but I did work with the comms team to ask them with my end-of-school letter to do a run it back video. So here we go. Maybe. I hope. Please.
Across 66 schools, one story came to life this year. A story of learning, growth, and connection. From the first bell to the final projects, students of all ages explored new ideas, built skills, and discovered confidence. Because Cincinnati Public Schools offers more, and you can see it in every classroom.
Every day, educators across the district came with purpose, guiding, encouraging, and helping students reach their potential, preparing students for life.
In classrooms, stages, fields, and in the lab, talent and creativity were everywhere. Because opportunity here isn't one path. It's more opportunities, more experiences, and more ways to grow. For our seniors, this year marked a final step for a much longer journey, one shaped by years of learning across all of our schools, and a foundation built to carry them forward.
For our youngest learners, the journey is just beginning. This is where curiosity is nurtured, turning big dreams into bright futures.
And throughout it all, families and communities stood beside us, strengthening the experience for every student and reminding us that success is built together.
Together, across 66 schools, we grew as one district, showing what's possible when a community believes in its students. And we celebrate not just where students are today, but everything it took to get here. The support, the opportunities, and the commitment behind every success.
This year is more than a chapter, it's part of a much bigger journey. One that every student is seeing, supported, and prepared for what's next.
Thank you to our students, staff, families, and communities for being here for kids.
I mean, we needed a little musical interlude as well. I mean, we will consider that as a future walk-up music for the board as we come to the stage. No, again, I think adding in the opportunities to our communities where we get to talk about things and celebrate different accomplishments is always great. And I think this video summing up the years is a really nice feel to see some of the great people who work in our district, some of the great students who live in our city and go to our district, and some of the great impact that it has on everybody. So very appreciative of the presentation. All righty. So let me go back to my script before I get lost. Do board members have any items as far as assignments, inquiries, or updates? I know I have one, but I will see if there are any others. Seeing none, my assignment is to our Budget, Finance, and Growth Committee to bring back, to discuss our levy options and to bring back recommendations for us to move forward at our next board meeting so we can get that process going. Otherwise, so a consent agenda has been distributed to the board. Do any members, superintendent, or treasurer have any exceptions to the consent agenda? Board member Matt?
Favorite part of the meeting. Just a few exceptions from the treasurer's report. So page 6, line item number 5. And on that same page, line items 15 through 18. Page 9, line item number 1, number 5, and number 13.
Alrighty. Treasurer Guston got all it? Alrighty, I need a motion and a second to.
So moved.
There you go. Alrighty, great. Treasurer Gust, any discussion? Seeing none? Treasurer Gust, I'm sorry.
Who seconded? I'm sorry. Okay.
Second was Board Member Matt. Would you like to call the roll, or call the vote?
Ms. Armbruster?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Vice President Moffett?
Yes.
President Craig?
Yes. Alrighty, having no further business, the chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.